Hello, hello. Is this audio on? It is. Is it? Hello. Well, we know that the audio capture for hey, hello. Good afternoon. It's talk show o'clock, huh? Talk show o'clock. Just gonna make sure all of our levels are right. And while we do that, I'm going to keep listening to Earth, Wind, and Fire in the background. And you're going to listen to Penny Wrenn Media.
Penny Wrenn Media. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum. Penny Wrenn Media. Senti-tuka-tuka-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Penny Wrenn Media. Sunny-nani-nani here. Penny Wrenn Media. Penny Wrenn Media. Penny Wrenn Media.
All right, so what up? Let's call Brian and have him listen to make sure. Oh, actually, I can just listen real quick now, right here. Yeah, that audio is not good. That's not good audio. I don't know what that's about. Let's call Brian. Brian! Hey, can you come downstairs? The roadcaster is sounding I sound like a robot electronic or something. Thank you. All right, now let me just listen to it to make sure that that's the case. Oh, it's not playing on here. Hey, can you come downstairs? Yeah, there's an echo. Oh, I know what it is. It's the global thing. Got it. I think I know what it is. It's this global thing. Let me check the global thing. Global. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah, there's an echo. Oh, I know what it is. It's the global thing. Did you get it? Got it. I think I know what it is. It's this global thing. Let me check the global thing. Global. Hold on a second. Well, so I turned it down. Well, now I'm listening to. Okay, sorry. Yeah, now I'm listening to. This is all too meta. It's all too meta. So this is going to be test.
Penny Wrenn Media, ba bum ba bum bum ba bum bum ba bum. Penny Wrenn Media, senti tuku tuku ba bum ba ba ba. Penny Wrenn Media, sunny nani nami here. Penny Wrenn Media, Penny Wrenn Media, Penny Wrenn Media.
Okay, so I think that is all right. Will you listen in? Just to make sure. Can you? Thank you. But
They haven't come by with a game board yet. I don't want to look at the deer.
yeah, I will. I will go out and check like around. I don't know. I was trying to give it some time. So if you follow me on Instagram, I posted a picture, like a video of me approaching a skin and bones deer. And
Sound good.
this freaking thing and it needing to be.
Now you got it backwards. You want me to turn it around?
Yeah.
This is what we're gonna do. Jeez.
Why does it have to be on this kind of a thing? Isn't there another?
Oh, did you tighten it extra?
No, I don't do it because I don't like this kind. It was attached some other way.
This is how you want it right here. Put it the way you want it. Put it in the position that you like.
I guess this is okay. I just want it to be naturally at wherever my mouth is.
Okay, right there.
Okay. But then it's in front of my face. This is better.
Yeah. Tilt it up a little, and then, yeah, it's good when it's tilted.
This is better, I think. Anyway, so I posted a video and it just was staring at me with these dark eyes, seemingly it's almost looked unblinking to me. And I put a caption like horror movie idea. You see an emaciated, seemingly hungry, ravenous deer. And what if things that we thought were herbivores became carnivores or blah, blah, blah? What if the limitations of some of our either most endeared or peskiest, most annoying wildlife neighbors. So for me, it's also my nemesis, the squirrel. Like, what if squirrels really could fly? What if they flew and had that same audacity that they have now to just be scurrying up and down your garbage when you come out and, just running at the very last minute when you catch them doing something? I have very strong opinions about squirrels. I call them nature's rats. And I guess, yes, I understand that rats are actually nature's rats, but squirrels are nature's rats. So awesome. So first things first, I'm going to listen to, oh gosh, first things first, I'm going to put my mascara on this eye. Let's make a list, mascara. Then I'm going to do a live build of the OBS scene for listening to podcasts. Then I'm going to start on the 3 deliverables or generate segue script to explain them. So today, what is it, 2:44? We're going to build for as long as we can. So my workflow, if you will, my workflow is my natural workflow. And when I say workflow, I mean something that I naturally do that I'm now working to do mechanically and sell and leverage this way that I work in the economy, like the employment economy, right? Like I believe that there's value in how is the audio bad? Oh, I think this must be the doorbell. And how I operate AI. I believe that I am not unique in that I'm the only person who has a unique DNA type of imprint on my AI use cases, like the outputs that I get. The thing that we haven't talked enough about in our messaging, like whether that's in the media, whether that's online and on social media, wherever it is just how dependent what we call AI is on you and I. Meaning even to the extent that it can work by itself, what people are calling agents or autonomous workflow, it still requires a human, there's a descendant human trigger. Even to the extent that, you hear a lot about software developers who use AI to write code and then they build agents to check the code and to make sure that the code is accurate. And code is basically, it's just computational language. It is how computers talk to each other. So software developers, here's the gag, as my friend Ty says. The gag is when we were pitching STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and everybody needs to code, we were doing it based on what we saw as a new social class/caste of individuals whose wealth changed through the tech economy and whose value in the marketplace was an unprecedented increase. It was like so there were software developers who weren't needed everywhere that were making, I don't know, I'm going to say insert here, but then it became a really competitive scene. And I was watching Eli the Computer Guy today. I'm going to play that. Eli the Computer Guy. And he was talking about how you're going to see a lot of startups right-sizing the size of their organizations. And this tangent or thread that he was on was inspired by Patreon. That is one of the it's a subscription crowdsourced income for creators. You pay $20 a month or however many dollars a month to a creator, to an individual podcast, to an individual YouTube show, whatever. And your contribution at that level, you're basically funding the work of this person who you really like you really like what they're doing. So these are things that Penny Wrenn knows she needs to do, right? I need a Patreon. I know I need a Substack, and I need to actually publish on them. For me, the thing I've done, I have published on Substack, but I haven't monetized my Substack because I'm not publishing regularly on Substack. And also, I've not put into the world like actual deliverables of value. And so for me, I know that the number one deliverable of value, I need to download some type of, it's a document a blueprint, a playbook, a just free content about, hey, I'm seeing people, I'm hearing that we don't want to do X, Y, or Z, or that we feel A, B, or C way about AI. Meanwhile, in the background, I'm doing 1, 2, and 3. I have to imagine maybe you are too. And if you're not, what are we going to do when we see that, when in the first iteration of the tech economy with the internet and the information highway, the news headlines said A, B, and C. But meanwhile, all of these power centers were collecting in areas 1, 2, and 3. And the news cycle helped to distract the people and the public to push our representatives, to push the governance of the structures that were being erected right in front of us, the things, and there wasn't the same information ecosystem. So I want my competitive, my unique value proposition to be looking at like, hey, the first time, like we've been here before, the first time around, right, this thing happened. And we all, if we think about it, if we were of a certain age, or if we'd like to think of how we would have handled that differently at the time, then that means we have to show up differently at this time. And that is specifically for people in Generation X. I believe that we've got to look at the burgeoning tech economy from the 2000s and plot this timeline more, I want to say audaciously, but also openly, and in ways that like aren't competing for attention as much as they are creating demonstration, right? And I guess I mean that by, if someone, so one of the things I know I need to do too is I need to build a promo AI system to or some way a work. This is just me beginning to show up every day to the best of my ability to do this work out loud, because I believe that doing this work out loud will benefit others. Like I believe that my taking a chance and working out loud and risking sounding like, what the hell is she talking about? Risking, vulnerability, risking 0 to 1 viewer, risking, hopefully not risking it all, because I am also being prayerful at the same time to stay focused on the higher ground and the higher goals here, which from my perspective are unity and stewardship of the high-mindedness of this country. Like there's just there is a higher consciousness that has always been a part of it's part of the blood and soil of what the United States of America is. And it's powerful enough to still bear good fruit. I'd like to think that I am that good fruit. I'd like to think that you are that good fruit, right? And I was thinking of the phrase co-workers in the vineyard. I don't know what scripture that's from, but co-workers in the vineyard, and how these Christian mindsets, I really mean like these Christ-like and Christ-influenced be ye also mindsets, like greater works than these shall you also do mindsets, are, if you think about it, it's almost like they're impossible yet inevitable, right? You know, there are things that we know just aren't sustainable. It's not sustainable for people in this country who want to work at a certain income level to not be able to budge in any straight pipeline, right, of employment. Like this whole premise, the entire premise of me working and operating out loud, the entire premise of 101 Ideas for America is literally hire me. Let me generate value for you and pay me handsomely. Why handsomely? Because I have worked tirelessly to come up with ways that I will give away what I think is the most valuable thing about me, which is how I think, how I perceive. Like this is what you're really hiring for when you employ people. And we haven't normalized that. You know, we haven't normalized there are key men. That's why a key man transfer is a real thing that a lot of companies and we in this country need to be doing as part of our national conversation, right? Like there are key person mindsets and actual work that all of us are doing. But is everything okay?
Yeah, it was dead.
It was.
Yeah. The game warden's here. She's just pulling me aside. What they do generally is they just bring them out into the woods for the animals to eat.
Did you see it? Circle of life.
You know?
I'm streaming. Did you see it?
Yeah, it's dead.
So did I tell you what I sang? Oh no, you heard me. I started singing. So the deer came to our house, laid down under a tree, and was just, you could tell they were transitioning. The interesting thing, I was just saying to somebody that I've never seen anyone give up the ghost. I still haven't. But I was immediately thinking about my dad, who I got to see the day before he died, but not necessarily to just watch him depart. Like I know I'm pretty sure my mom held my grandmother's hand when she departed. But that's what I did for my dad. I just sang, what is that song? Amazing Grace over and over again. And I did the praise God thing at the end. And I thanked the deer for coming here. I was glad that it felt like it was a safe place to transition. It was emotional.
The game warden, she said that they don't have chronic wasting here.
Okay.
No,
Chronic wasting is something that Brian thought was wrong with the deer.
but there are other diseases that they get.
Do we need to be mindful of anything?
Chronic wasting is the one that's like mad cow disease.
And that can hop to humans too? Okay, which we're not going to do, right? Mm-hmm.
But, if it infected the herd, it wouldn't be good for them.
Mm-hmm. Well, it seemed like it was really set apart. There wasn't.
Well, when we went out back, there was another one that ran off into the woods.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you think it came to pay its respects?
Maybe it's part of the herd, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She said it looked like a young one, too.
Oh. Yeah, it was sad. Well, thank you for letting me know.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, man. Anyway, I got on a tangent there for 25 minutes. I was taking notes as I was going, but all that to say, so I need, after I do my mascara, I'm going to do a live build of the OBS scene, and I'll put on the Eli the computer thing. computer guy on OBS to play in the background while I build that. And then we'll be listening to podcasts in the background while I go revisit my ChatGPT threads about today's 3 builds. And I will read you the little here's what we're doing today script. Okay. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. I was trying to find. It's hot. Oh, well, I guess I can open this. This is a new Nolan Wells thing. This is while I put on my
How the fuck can I get a dick bigger than...
You know what? I need to go back to subscribing to premium. Hmm. All right, now let's see what it does.
That's my wife in the truck here in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. 14 million views as of this morning. The comments are exactly what you'd think they are. So I let her take the truck to grab groceries that day.
There is some new video that has surfaced in the Nolan Wells case that seems to support what we were told by sources directly with direct knowledge of the investigation, that after Nolan's friends left on their boat at 4:30, that Nolan remained at the island. And in fact,
I thought we already
there
knew
was
that.
one report that claimed that he was there as late as 6 o'clock, still on the island.
I thought we already knew that.
This new video shows the boat that Nolan's friends were on when they left the island. This is the boat that Nolan arrived at Horn Island on July 4th.
Same friends.
Same friends. Seven people, which is what we heard them describe on the call to the tow company. And they're all on the boat there. This is as they are trying to get it started.
And there's no Nolan inside.
That seems.
I guess I should show let's do the video, huh? Ah, boo. Okay. I don't want this big old thing like this. But I also don't want...
There is some new video that is surfaced in the Nolan Wells case that seems to support what we were told by sources directly with direct knowledge of the investigation, that after Nolan's friends left on their boat at 4:30, that Nolan remained at the island. And in fact, there was one report that claimed that he was there as late as 6 o'clock, still on the island. This new video shows the boat that Nolan's friends were on when they left the island. This is the boat that Nolan arrived at Horn Island on July 4th.
Same friends.
Same friends. Seven people, which is what we heard them describe on the call to the tow company. And they're all on the boat there. This is as they are trying to get it started.
And there's no Nolan in sight.
Right. And the 7 people you can see in there, Nolan is not one of them.
And I think it's important to say, and you said it, but I want to reinforce it. That's at the beginning of the trip, so it's not as if...
this is at the end of the day. This is 4:30 in the afternoon.
I'm sorry, at the beginning of the trip home. So that it's not like the boat's in the middle of the water and that something may have happened in between. This is as they're leaving.
Yes, they knew that they had a problem as they were leaving. It's part of the reason they were rushing. We've heard his friend Wrenn describe that they were yelling at him, "Come on, get on the boat." So,
I mean, the only point I want to make it is that it's not like the boat had traveled for 10 minutes and something could have happened in the 10 minutes. It's right at Horn Island where you see this video.
Right. So eventually they get the boat started and they get towed for a while, and then they end up going back to the mainland.
So this is really relevant because a lot of people think that his friends that he went with in some way are hiding something that may have happened in their presence with Nolan.
And the audio from that phone call that was made to the tow company certainly added to that, that made people, because some people think they hear a reference to Nolan and they think they hear a reference to him being dead.
But he's not on that boat.
But he's not, from this video, at this point when this video was shot, Nolan is not on that boat.
Which is consistent with what we had heard.
And then we also know that the police have spoken to people and have either video or photos that show that Nolan was still on Horn Island after 4:30. Now, I've been saying all along, the main thing is if his friends leave at 4:30, who were the people who were with Nolan after that? Because they were going to have the answer.
That's right, and there were a lot of people on the island.
A lot of
people there. It was the 4th of July.
There is the girl named Katie, who, you know, we heard Nolan's mom say that she spoke to Katie, but Katie said that she saw Nolan, but sort of a hi-bye in passing thing. Now, that's not how their friend Wrenn described it, but if it's not Katie, there were other people who were there.
There were a lot of people.
And so who is going to the police? We now know from a document from the Department of Marine Resources in Mississippi. This is a document, ABC News obtained this, but it shows what they told searchers when they were going out searching for Nolan. And there were witnesses who described Nolan. So now we know there were definitely people who saw him and said that they described him as having a lot of alcohol that day.
That he was drinking heavily.
Heavy alcohol intake that day. Now, I don't know how much. I understand that could be relevant depending on when we find out from the coroner how he actually died. So it could be relevant there. I don't think, it's not a big newsflash to me. We spoke to a friend who was out there. He told us that the kids were drinking.
Well, but
we've heard multiple, and also
I think
it's 4th of July.
But there's a difference.
What are 18 and 19-year-olds doing on an island?
They're drinking heavily.
But
they hadn't used the word heavily until now. And look, the reality of the word heavily is that if somebody falls overboard, that drowning is probably more of a possibility.
I also think that word heavily is incredibly subjective.
It is.
So
yeah, but you know what?
Someone described to the police as heavily may not have been that big of a deal. I'm just saying it is too early to say whether or not him having alcohol, which is not, again, if you ask me, Did I think Nolan was drinking that day? Of course he was. Do I think that it had anything to do with what happened to him? I just don't know.
Well, I don't know
And
either.
nobody does.
But,
So,
but here's what I think, that when you say somebody, if that witnesses said he was drinking heavily, the big thing that I'd like to know is, are they basing it on how many drinks they saw him consume or his conduct? And
Right.
those are two very different things.
Yes.
That if somebody is just false.
So I haven't followed the Nolan case since, I don't know, I want to say a couple weeks ago. When did the Nolan Wells case first? Nolan Wells case timeline. Right, it's July 4th. So I don't think I've done it since the following week. And it sounds like there's not a ton more that's known. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna see what our audio sounds like playing this video. So wait, it's still doing that echo thing. Okie dokie. I'm wondering, so it still has the
Falling down.
oh, you know what it might be? It might be because it's coming out of the got it. It's because it's coming out of the speaker. Got it. Okay, now let's try it. Let's try it and see. It just didn't occur to me. It did not occur to me. Bless my heart.
Down drunk. That's different than saying he had 3 or 4 drinks.
right.
And we don't know what the basis was for saying he was drinking
The other
heavily.
relevance of it is when? What time of day was that? And when was the last time someone saw him? Because there was a last time, there was someone who saw him. What did they see? And that's the whole ball of wax there. And until we hear from that person, none of us really know, and we're all speculating as to what could have happened to him.
Right.
Jordan from Jackson here. As a native Mississippian, my heart aches for Nolan and the Wells family. In this audio, you can hear them screaming his name in the background. To me, that says he was already unalived when they had called.
The fact that the kids have to say unalived.
How do you explain then this video of them leaving Horn Island on that boat and Nolan's not even on the boat? They made the call shortly thereafter when the boat was taking on water. And I know what you're saying because we've heard it, but if there's no video of him on the boat, how would they be saying that, 5 minutes in?
My theory is that they panicked, dumped the body, and left. That is my theory. They knew that if they called, they could make it seem like the boat was sinking. That's what I think.
But he's not on.
No, but he's saying that this video is shot after whatever happened to him happened. He's suggesting that whatever calamity happened to him, whatever someone did to him, happened before this video.
I get it, but before the boat was just leaving Horn Island when the video was taken. So where would that have happened? That's my point.
Again, the police could clear this up by sharing whatever evidence it is they have of him being on the island at a certain time. It appears they're just not willing to come forward with that at this point, probably because they're in the middle of their investigation.
This is how to get shape fast. If you want to drop this, start eating more of these.
Oh, well, then I should have just gone ahead and, okay, that's great. I should have gone ahead and bought the, bought the YouTube Premium subscription that came with absolutely no ads because I don't like ads. I really, really don't. Okay, what did I say I was going to play next? Eli the Computer Guy. Oh, no, I also said I was going to do a live build of, let me see. And it's just going to be, we're going to do a, hmm. Hmm. Okay. All right. Now I've shared. Oh, Lord, what I'm doing right now. So you can see that. Where's my cursor? This whole area over here, this big black box, that is the site called OBS. And then this area over here, that's my desktop. So the first thing we're going to do, we put on our mascara. Let's cut that off. Then we're going to do, I'm going to set up the listening to podcasts scene. So you're going to see me do that. Oh, boy. I'm going to duplicate this scene. We're going to call it scene 11. Going to take it down here. I'm going to get out of studio mode real quick. All right. I know it's so weird to see all those. Oof. Anyway, okay. Then I'm going to do what? Add. I'm in scene 10 now. I'm going to be in scene 11. Okay. This I'm going to add the listening to podcast thing. Add image. Add new image. Why is this not? Listening to podcasts. Here it is. There's the thing. Listening to podcasts. Okay. Boom. There it goes. And then right here, I can put, oh man, see, Spotify. Oof, I am sleepy. Now, let me see. I want to add in. This is where I get into trouble. All right. Hey, Siri, set a 5-minute timer. I'm not going to go longer than 5 minutes on this. I just like adding all these flowers and stuff. That's weird. Okay, let's try to add one more flower then. You know, I like a maximalist vibe. All right, let's see. Nah, that's weird. Okay. Yes, and then last thing, let me see what it looks like if I just add a couple of flowers. Okay. Mm-mm. Ah. Mm. Okay. This is it. All right, because I'm just being tired now. Okay, perfect. Let's go back to studio mode. Oh, great. Okay, it's already showing. All right, fantastic. Okay, so then we're going to put on Eli, the computer guy.
Coming from Variety, Patreon lays off 20% of employees as part of, quote, painful restructuring. So now to be clear, this isn't tens of thousands of employees or thousands of employees. I'm simply really talking about this because I just kind of find this interesting. So Patreon, if you don't know, is a crowdfunding platform. It's been around for I guess over 10 years at this point in time, and really was one of the big pushes for content creators many years ago to try to find basically viable ways of earning money outside of the YouTube ads ecosystem, right? So you can do YouTube ads that pay you money, you can take sponsorship or affiliate links, and then basically with Patreon, it was one of the first platforms to really focus on the crowdfunding thing. And so for a lot of creators, it was a great way to be able to do crowdfunding. The problem with Patreon, though, and I talked about this years ago, is wait for it, idiotic valuations. So if you look at Patreon, look, Patreon's fine. I'm not going to be too snarky on Patreon at this point in time. Patreon and I have had our issues, but it's been a long time since I've dealt with Patreon, so I'm willing to put that under the bridge. But one of the things you have to look at with Patreon is it's not exactly the most complex thing in the world. Like, no offense, I'm not trying to be mean or snarky here, but it's not the most complex platform in the world. But holy hell, their valuation got to be idiotic. From what I've been able to tell from Crunchbase, I do believe they brought in $455 million of investment at a $4 billion valuation. Now, if you think about it, basically with Patreon, how they get paid is when somebody gives you a tip, donation or whatever else, they take a percentage of that. So originally it was 5%. Now I think depending on what level you're on, maybe they take up to 10 or 11%. But one of the things you have to understand is, so if you give me $10, they keep $1. Right? And that's a viable business. Look, that is a nice, viable technology business. I just question where you get to the $4 billion valuation. I just question the whole idea of, oh, this thing is going to be going to the moon. And I think that's the problem they've had for many, many years, is I think they basically brought in way too much investment money at just an abjectly insane valuation. And the problem is that their business just simply doesn't float that valuation. There is no, as I've said many times, there's no path to increase in value out of this company. And so what we're seeing out of Patreon now is that they're doing more layoffs. They did do layoffs a couple of years ago, pretty major layoffs back then, and they're going to be laying off more people now because, wait for it, their business does not make financial sense in the form that it currently is in. And this is something to be careful about. Again, for a lot of technology people out there, right? You're at a company. So you look at Meta, you look at Google, you understand they're laying off tens of thousands of people. And it's really easy to focus on those really large companies laying off people and ignore the smaller companies, right? That you might be working at. Patreon, the creator-focused monetization platform, said on Thursday it was laying off 20% of its employees as it changed how its internal structure operates. The cuts will affect 93 employees who will be given at least 16 weeks of severance payments. In a note to staff posted online, CEO Jack Conte said the company's, quote, core business remained strong and consistent. And this probably makes sense, right? This is the problem with these valuations, these sky-high valuations, is your business is fine. Look, like taking 5 to 10 or 11% from everybody's donations to content creators, like that's good. Like that's the problem that we're dealing with right now. That's good money. Like that's good, solid money. That's good, solid revenue. You lock in people. Like once you get the creators and once you get the donors on your platform, you fucking lock them in for life, and you have a relatively decent moat. Simply because once you lock people in, there's there's that whole switching problem companies have. Even if somebody wanted to come in and really try to compete with Patreon, there's a whole pain in the ass of getting people to switch over to a different platform. And so they've got a pretty decent moat there, right? So they've got a nice income stream. They've got a great lock-in for the people that actually pay their bills, and they have a reasonable moat. The problem is they're valued at $4 billion. And so that's the other issue they're going to run into, right? If you are an employee for these companies, and this is what can be so dangerous, is you're like, I don't understand why we're getting laid off. The company is doing fine. And it's like, yeah, for any sane metrics, the company's doing wonderful. Company's doing better than fine. Your company's doing fucking wonderfully. But it's 2026. We're not dealing with sane metrics right now. Remained strong and consistent, but the platform had to respond to, quote, profound market changes this year affecting how Patreon navigates the creator economy. Quote, we need to adjust our cost structure to ensure that we remain a stable, dependable rock for our creators as we work toward our long-term ambition. He wrote, quote, the changes we're making today are painful, but they're necessary to ensure that Patreon can take the time we need to address the above problems from a position of strength. The internal changes include flattening the company's org chart and redirecting teams toward internal priorities. And this is what we've seen time and time and time again. So many of these layoffs and so many of these reorgs don't actually have a goddamn thing to do with artificial intelligence. I am telling you, artificial intelligence is the least of your worries. What should really scare you at night is interest rate, or interest rates. Basically what investors get for putting their monies into muni bonds or something else. That is far more dangerous to you than artificial intelligence. And so one of the big things that we're seeing right now is all of these companies, whether they're Meta or whether they're Patreon, they're flattening their org charts. They have too many fucking employees. They hired people just to have asses in seats to prove that they're successful companies, because successful companies are hiring people. And now that people realize that's dumb, they just have to simply get rid of people because, that is reality. Again, and redirecting teams toward internal priorities, like one of the big problems that we've had over the past number.
What was I was saying the right sizing thing, right? I don't know if there's a transcript. It was the right sizing thing and there was something else that he was talking about. The number of employees that you really need. And he hints at it. And the value creation of the roles versus the butts and seats. Like it's a resource visibility signal. And these are things that, we really do have to reckon with. Like, we have to reckon with the fact that people overhired. Yeah, anyway. We're about to go to let's get started on our live builds. But before we do that, we'll come back to this. I'm going to just play some. This is a voice memo that influenced one of the builds. There are 3 voice memos, and I'm going to play them. This one is 19 minutes. Let me open. Okay. So let's go back to. Oh, man. So you can see me building again. All right, now I'm going to duplicate. Let's take you out of studio mode. All right, I'm going to duplicate. Duplicate. This is scene 12. And this is going to go. Right, and then we're going to create a new source for voice memo. Okay. Voice memo. I did that. Oh, now I want to try it. I think I have a digging in the crates picture. Oh, that's right. Whatever. Okay, and then Mm-mm. Mm. Okay, let's see. Rename. Seems like it's just so heavy on the bottom. All right, it's not that deep, Penny. Boom. Boom. And then I am going to add that. I like that little person. Okay, go back to studio mode. All right, there we go. So that's what's on here. I don't understand how it's just transitioning already. Okay. All right, Wrenn. How come it won't open in a new window? Ah, all right, whatever.
On whether or not Trump was, quote, dragged into the Israel, Iran, USA conflict in whatever month that was, March, it might have been April, March or April. On whether or not Trump was, quote, dragged into the Israel, Iran, USA conflict in whatever month that was, March, it might have been April, March or April. I could do separate searches for. So it would be Fox News, CBS, ABC, blah, 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 whatever. I want, let's say, 10 networks, 10 other kind of right-leaning media, 10 left-leaning media, 10 Reuters kind of AP, something else like Semaphore, etc. Then 10 podcasts, of the top news podcasts. That would be The Daily, NPR, I think. Let's say 15 for that. So then provide that list, and then provide the instructions / prompt for doing a category by category search analysis to see how the origin of the wars, quotes about the origin of the war, on such and such dates. I don't know, Marco Rubio did this on such and such date, this happened, whatever kind of thing. To provide first what is kind of the agreed upon, this is how, these are the events leading up to the opening salvo on blah, 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 whatever. Then that would include the dates that, was it known immediately, or was it suspected immediately that Trump was, quote, dragged in the war? Then, and then where we are now. And with the goal being, how much longer are we going to continue not believing our eyes and waiting for the what's his name? Biden looking like a deer caught in headlights on the debate stage, waiting for that moment to demonstrate all that we know and knew was true is true. And so we now have evidence of XYZ behavior that we've learned in, I think the black woman who put out a memoir. There's another book about what happened. There's been reporting, if I'm not mistaken, about the, well, I'm assuming there's been reporting about the lack of a primary. Hasn't there been reporting about that? And what reporting exists for Gavin Newsom and Gretchen Whitmer in that time period, when they put out books that came out, I'm pretty sure in 2024, 2023, that it was known, what reporting or evidence suggests that those book releases would have been aligned with a likely run for president. And why are people not thinking that she'll run for president now? When did she say that? And yeah. And what do we know about whatever fundraising? What are the indications that someone really is preparing to run for president? What would have been the indications in 2023 that Gretchen Whitmer was gearing up for a primary in 2024 or whatever? Or whenever the primary would have been for know, the interesting thing is we say that Kamala Harris only had 107 days, but she wouldn't have had longer anyway, because they didn't do any of the primary stuff. Like Biden was an untested candidate. It just really occurred to me that he was an untested candidate. Like, that's what happens when you don't have a primary, when there's so much machinery that goes for the incumbent. And even like what the pattern of incumbency teaches us, and how the last however many votes in the country have been like anything but this votes versus votes for or against Trump, as we keep framing them as. And then that leads to this other, like, Emperor Has No Clothes take on, you know, let's look at the evidence and say we, at the very least, based on the evidence, don't like the notion of another country's blank leading us to this, and like from a country that, like, what the historical data tells us about Israel's fealty to the United States, and how they have or have not adhered to their word over the years. Like, I've heard some reporting about, you know, the acrimonious relationship between Netanyahu and Obama. And I'd be interested in hearing reporting about the degree of that might have been influenced by race, and might have been a thing over which Netanyahu and Trump bonded. Because, and reporting that would support or deny that the ascendancy of President Obama to Trump was, I imagine that Trump was a person who always thought he wanted to be president, and people likely told him that he wasn't presidential material. You know, he wasn't this or that. I imagine that he's had a lot of naysayers in his life. And when President Obama rose to presidency, I'm sure that to Trump that felt like a slap in the face, like, wait a second. You mean to tell me that a black man, a Negro, can be elected president, appointed, and he would think appointed president, because he understands how this shit works. That it's not election, like that appointed to people in politics. They truly take for granted how much of the process is an appointee process in terms of just the capture for candidates. And so I think to Donald Trump, he really was the rest of us, right? But he was the rest of us knowing the lie that was told to us about who gets to be president, right? Knowing that it was an appointee thing, watching the appointee process work in the background, because remember, he's in a position of power, Hawaii. So, or see, right, was the rest of us, of the process is an appointee process in terms of just the capture for candidates. And so I think to Donald Trump, he really was the rest of us, right? But he was the rest of us knowing the lie that was told to us about who gets to be president, right? Knowing that it was an appointee thing, watching the appointee process work in the background, because remember, he's in a position of power, and being pissed, or like, or feeling or knowing that things like this usually work with a few powerful people pulling all the strings, and, you know, wanting to break through to the people, the zeitgeist, wanting to break through to the people about, like, do you know who this Negro is? Like, he wasn't even born here. He wasn't even born in, like, one of the 50s. Like, he was born in Hawaii. So, like, I'm sure I'd be interested in seeing reporting that confirms or denies whatever my insight, my intuitive take on the matter. You know, I think that there's been reporting on, like, we owe Obama for Trump, and that when we have, likely in our children's or great or grandchildren's generation, they're going to reckon with Obama, have a much different relationship with Barack Obama's legacy, that it won't be as celebrated just because he was the first black president, that it will likely be more computational about how the first black presidency, like how that administration, how that totem, that symbol, set off this wave of what's been now called populism. But it's a response to what was a populism of liberalism. You know what I'm saying? Like, liberalism was seen as it's populism. And then it wasn't until the liberals saw that there were people who they thought were just as high-minded as they are, who were going along with it. There was a crisis of consciousness. You know, that's like this is the white women thing. This is the men in their 30s. You know, it was in 2016. Like, this is that. And so, but the only people who were clueless were liberals. Meaning, you know, if I were paying attention to politics the way I do now, I'd like to think that I would have picked up on the Tea Party and or what might have been, you know, a more sidelined or niche reporting at the time. This is before podcasts, but, well, at least before podcasts took over my feed. Niche reporting at the time about the anti-Obama, if you will, kind of rallying that was happening, even though it was being called something else. Then, yeah, so all of this is to really kind of match up our current state of mind with continue like a reflexive relationship with information, and not needing the big reveal that we expect in like a true crime podcast or, oh, hi. And so how would we apply that to the war in Iran, war with Iran? And then applying that, what would be our, like there needs to be a protest movement. What I think of as a not in our name protest movement. And then what would that look like? What would it demand? How can we use this pattern identification approach to also you're not eating, you're so thin. To also I don't know if I can get up. To also see what has worked, previous anti-war movements and or previous populist movements like the civil rights movements, like in the streets, physical populist movements, and how, like, what would a white paper on this whole thing look like with the NPR segment as its lead. And so to be both a white paper and also an audio series. And then infer all of the accompanying AI scripts, instructions that are needed to use AI to generate the content deliverables for this. And the outline for the DIY for the I Made a Thing video that shows how I took this NPR segment, a voice memo that at this point is 18 minutes long, and I used AI to blank, and the 101 idea for America that this represents, that supports my whole build the participation layer. We're all software developers, lean into the humanity of your curiosity and give away new types of deliverables with a income goal in mind, and then name that Seth Godin principle here.
Okay, and then we're going to go to the second one. Oh, man. I'm going to use the bathroom.
A customizable blah, blah, blah that you can use to set up your own blank AI blah, blah, blah. Like you set up a skill for Claude, you set up a project or some such in ChatGPT, and you set up a blank through Terminal or something. And that's what you end up with. after you go through this process with Penny, the process includes, here's what I want you to put into ChatGPT right now. Here's what I want you to put into Claude if you use Claude. Now, here's what I want you to do with those two outputs, and how and what I want you to make through it, right? And then you're going to set up on terminal. You're going to get instructions to set up on terminal. Then if you want to set up, so that will, those two outputs get you something, some free, some new way of using ChatGPT or whatever to create a custom GPT or whatever that customized setting is that unlocks blah, blah, blah. Also with links to my three custom GPTs that I use: Lateral Genius, K$, and Thread Extractor. And the goal of the funnel is for people who want one-on-one kind of AI coaching at $1,000 a month for max 10 hours of work together a week, that it's designed to take those clients. Oh, and then the whole reason that I stopped to make the voice note now is because I was listening to the Marketplace Tech Report, I think it was, and it was talking about how luxury brands are seeing gains in their actual ultra high net worth individual or ultra wealthy demographics, because so brands like Hermes and something else that are of the ultra wealthy, like they saw increases, but brands that rely on aspirational shoppers like Louis Vuitton, and there was another brand that they.
Okay, so in the window, I added Claude. Trying to make it even bigger. And Claude is so I put in, oh boy. So I put in the prompt: build the, quote, 5-day AI activation plan. Turn one thing you already know how to do into a working AI-assisted offer. Download that I will then follow. So it needs to be a free download that I will use to make a free download, which is that's based on an entire offer. And the offer is what I'm circling in this voice memo. So build a 5-day activation plan. Turn one thing you already know how to do into a working AI-assisted offer. Download an offer download that I will then follow to make the download itself. Make sense to Meta? Proof is in me shipping the offer in TK hours. TK is a journalistic term. It means to come, even though the letters aren't accurate because come is spelled with a C-O-M-E. All right, so now Claude, C-L-A-U-D-E, is asking, who is the reader of this download? It gave me the option of non-technical solopreneurs, corporate professionals, creators, writers, broad, anyone with a skill. I put in 1, 2, 3, and 4, keeping in mind that across all categories, there exists the pre-identified audience of what I call dreamers, dreamer doers. Okay, what format should the final download be? PDF workbook is recommended. Cool. Lean, 10 to 15 pages, full workbook. What's recommended? Earlier, ChatGPT told me 10 to 15, but I'm open to Claude's reinterpretation or recommendation based on best practice for conversion and compelling I keep using Seth Godin-esque content. Does day 5 end with the offer shipped, posted, sellable, or just built? Wait, why is it saying, oh, the 5-day AI activation plan? Oh, okay, I guess so. All right, shipped, live and announced. All right. Wait, so if it's 5 days, I mean, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I really want to do it by the end of the week. So I'm going to try to get it done in 3 days. Oh, Lord, now the server is busy. So when Claude answered, it said, makes sense, and no, not too meta. It's the pitch. I use this plan to make the thing you're holding is the strongest proof a plan like this can have. The recursion only becomes a problem if the guide winks at itself constantly. The plan itself should be written for a normal reader with a normal skill. Resume reviews, meal planning, contract triage. Oh, interesting. And your creation story lives in the intro or your launch post. All right, so Claude is working. And you will see Claude work while I shut up and put the voice memo on. And I'm going to go to the restroom and also get a drink of water, maybe make a cup of tea.
Listed that they're still struggling. And I realized, like, well, they're the only thing that's going to unlock for them is if there's a new growth in that category, that class category. So more of us, and growth of in the number of people and growth in the incomes of those people. And so for us to all be pursuing growth in our income, we have to do it in a way that's not overly reliant on employers, but that is that income is generated based on our solopreneur whatever efforts that we set up with AI. And so my even building this out loud is to justify like that I can actually make that money selling my services, because I believe in the unique blah, blah, blah of how I use AI as evidenced through this blah, blah, blah. But also, you know, there's no such thing as just an empowered team, that each of us has to play our part, and our part has mutual and pursue the mutual benefits. Like, I know that it benefits the economy for me to be a consumer, but I believe it also benefits the economy for me to be a producer. And so I'm taking a page from Alvin Toffler's book and Seth Godin's framework about, there's something here about doing something out loud, or risking embarrassment, or I don't know. I feel like there's a principle in there, and I'm doing that because I believe that, you know, I want to be able to buy a Louis Vuitton. I've always wanted a Louis Vuitton, an actual one. I have a fake one that my mom and I got from New York that I love. They don't even make them, I think, that are that good. I have another two kind of knockoff in the style of LVMH, but I would like them to be real. Like, to be well worn, not just for status. Like, I am the ideal Louis Vuitton customer. And if I like, you know, having these two purses, then and bringing someone along with me in my journey to earn enough money to buy this purse becomes its own content for LVMH. And then doing it, earning the money, raising the money in a way that's designed, like that's pre-designed, so that I'm not just spending the first $5,000 or whatever that I make, that I have some type of plan that I can set up agentic AI frameworks, deployments, workflows for, that it will then perform these tasks regularly, like when it comes to posting on Instagram, when it comes to writing on Substack, writing notes, blah, 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 all these different things that I need to happen in order for the campaign to be successful. So this becomes one way that I'm sharing that 101 use cases download. And then there's another way that I had outlined sharing 101 use cases download. It was like, I forget what it was. Oh, it was the glossary. I think it was the glossary, maybe. That's one free download that has its own campaign. And both campaigns the funnel is designed to bring on $1,000 a month clients, like, let's say 5 hours, or 45 minutes, like 5 45-minute sessions, or 5 whatever minute sessions a month at $1,000, or to download, like you pay for a custom playbook of some kind. You get some type of questionnaire, you give it back, and then you get a playbook with a skill and a custom GPT, and do that for however much dollars, $200, $500, $300, whatever. Do it for $100. See if anybody paid for it for $400. Because that's the minimum amount that you would want to get paid to do it. See if anybody takes. So then that's 3 offers. There's the free offer and being on the mailing list. There's the subscribe on Substack. Every twice a week, I write about blank with subscribers get the writing that is informing my motivation behind these public demonstrations, but subscribers get use cases as articles for AI. And then here's how use cases are sourced. They're sourced from the GDP val, from ChatGPT. Those are the evaluation weights of the most valuable or significant human contributions. From the Bureau of Labor Statistics, from other demographic data that breaks down, that synthesizes or analyzes different employment data to present use cases that can be applied across the income spectrum, because part of the access to AI use cases is to restart socioeconomic mobility within the marketplace again. So the use cases in and of themselves, what you're paying for are use cases that are very much so designed with the anyone who cares about this, anyone who believes that the internet can be that we don't have to just go along with whatever the AI economy becomes, but that we can shape it in a way that a generation before us wouldn't, that now generations X, Y, Z can put together the patterns, the same patterns, and extract some level of predictive intelligence on which we can project the future outcomes, project future outcomes that are most likely, least likely, and that in order for us to, and that can be an elective process, an electoral process, wherein we're debating not what's good versus evil, but the definition of the two goods, or the journey to the two goods, to the same good, right? That our parties begin to explain or begin to campaign for us at the level at which we're thinking, and we're thinking higher now. We're thinking about, we are sovereign. How do we protect, affirmatively define our sovereignty as we the people, and as a human with inalienable rights and inherent responsibilities that come along with those rights, such that there is an erasure of the myth of the empowered team. Insert here that myth of the empowered team rationale from the UX podcast. And then also insert previously the segment of the WSJ podcast that talks about the middle class the middle class numbers, spending habits on luxury brands, then
Great, 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 great. It made it. I'm back. My one of my alarms, because I set an alarm to go off around the time that the voice memo would end. Looks like I didn't time that perfectly. But my alarm is, yes we can, no we can, and if we want it, yes we can. Let's turn that on, huh? Shall we? Real quick. Where is that? All right. Mm-mm. There it goes. That's been used for something. I might need to change this to listen to Spotify. Hey, come on. What are their names? June, Ruth. What are their names? Pointer sister names. Pointer sister names. Now this will be interesting to see. June, Ruth, Anita. Now, if I'm broadcasting this, now's the time for all good men to get together with one another. We got to iron out our problems and iron out our quarrels and try to live as brothers. Another, yes, mutual benefit. Remember, you all have mothers. We got to make this land better, which we live. Be a better man with the kindness that we give. I know we can make it. Hey, I know darn well we can work it out. Yes, we can. I know we can. Yes, we can. Why can't we if we want it? Yes, we can. Make it work. I know we can make it. Yes, we can. I know we can. If we can. Great gosh almighty. Great gosh almighty. My grandmother used to say, I'm doing all right, thanks you, Lord. Great gosh almighty. Hey. For all the children. Yes, we do. This is about to become, it was already my theme song, but like, boys and girls, we gotta make this land a better land than the world in which we live. Each man be a better man with the kindness that we give. I know we can make it. Hey, I know darn well we can work it out. Yes, we can. I know we can if we want to. We wanna, yes we can, yes we can. Why can't we? Yes we can, I know we can. If we can. And if we want it, yes we can. If we want it, yes we can. Oh yes we can, I know we can. Yes we can. Why can't we? If we want it, yes we can. Why can't we? Okay. One more time. Ba 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 da ba. Yes we can, oh yeah we can. Yes we can. Well, why can't we? If we want it, yes we can. Yes we can make it. I know I'm well, we can work it out. Oh yes we can, I know we can. Yes we can. Why can't we? If we want it, yes we can. Hey, make it work. I know we can make it. Oh, yes we can, I know we can. If we want it, yes we can. Boo! Can, yes we can. We want it, yes we can. Yes we can, I know we can. We can. Why can't we? If we want it, yes we can. Oh yes we can, I know we can. Yes we can. Why can't we? If we want it, yes we can. Yes we can, I know we can. Yes we can. Why can't we? If we want it, yes we can. Yes. Oh, that was it. Okay. We can work it out. Work it out. Why don't we? If we want it, yes we can. Sing, sisters. There's still like another 2 minutes and 2 seconds left in that song. So look at that long song. All right. Let's see what Claude built, huh? Let us see what Claude built. We're gonna look and see. Let us see what Claude built. Built for you. Built for me. Gonna replace the Chrome capture. Oh, I forgot to do the version of this. Okay, so now you can see what I'm doing. Gonna replace the Chrome capture. Gonna add a new screen capture. Application capture. Built-in retina display. And it's gonna be Claude. Oh, actually, there's already a Claude, isn't there? Cancel. This, we're gonna rename it Claude. Claude screen. So now we open here, we're gonna open Claude screen. Add one existing. Boom, chicka, boom, 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 boom. Boo da da dum dum skugga da dum dum da da dum do 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 do. All right, so that's me right now. But I think that I want to go ahead and change the camera. Great. Okay, now we're in Claude. And let's see what this thing, the workbook for getting on with it, huh? Turn one thing you already know how to do into a working AI-assisted offer for dreamer doers who are done circling the runway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you don't have an AI problem. You have a permission problem. Okay, well, now I'm going to do Okay, now you can see this is the activation plan. All right, let's go through it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. All right, let's see. The 5-day activate. Oh, boy. A workbook for getting on with it. The 5-day activation plan. Turn one thing you already know how to do into a working AI-assisted offer for dreamer doers who are done circling the runway. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's highlighted 5. Again, my hope is that I can do this in 3 days by Friday, ship it by Friday. Read this first. You don't have an AI problem. You have a permission problem. You already know how to do something valuable. People ask you for it. You do it well, mostly by instinct. And you've never known, I should be recording myself. You don't have an AI problem. You have a permission problem. And you know what else I should be doing right now? Is oh, I know what I should do it in. Stop. Oops, sorry. So I can do that, but I think I should do it in QuickTime. File. New audio recording. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, well. Hello, hello, hello. Oh. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. All right, so there we go. Okay, read this first. You don't have an AI problem. You have a permission problem. You already know how to do something valuable. People ask you for it. You do it well, mostly by instinct. And you've never written it down. And you've never written down how. Meanwhile, the internet keeps yelling that AI is coming for that thing. It isn't. AI is coming for people who never turn what they know into something they can hand to someone else. This plan is 5 days, one move per day. At the end, you don't have a business plan, a brand, or a 10-part course. You have one working offer, built with AI, tested on something real, and announced to actual humans. The rules: one skill, not your whole resume, one. 1 hour a day, more is allowed, more is not required. Done beats elegant. Every day ends with something that exists. You ship on day 5, not when it's ready, day 5. What you need: an AI chat tool, Claude, ChatGPT, any of them. This workbook and a pen. That's it. Interesting. A pen. So does that mean that you need to print it out? Full disclosure, this workbook was built by following this workbook. 5 days, TK hours, one shipped offer, the one you're reading. The plan works. Your move. Day 1, pick one thing, not your best skill, your most askable one. The skill that turns into an offer isn't the one on your LinkedIn headline. It's the one people already come to you for, sideways, for free. Can you look at this email before I send it? How do you always find those flights? What would you cook with this? That question, the one you've answered a dozen times, is market research someone else already did for you. Today, you make a short list and choose one. Choosing is the hard part. So here's the filter. Your skill qualifies if it's specific, marketing is a department, writing a launch email that doesn't sound desperate is a skill, it repeats, you've done it more than 10 times for more than one person. 3, it ends in a thing, a document, a plan, a list, a decision, something you could attach or hand over. If you're torn between 2, pick the one that's more boring. Boring means proven. You can be interesting later. Today's finish line: one sentence written in the worksheet that names your skill and who it's for. Day 1 worksheet, the askable skill. What do people actually ask you for? List 5. Small is fine. Weird is fine. Run the filter for each. Specific, repeats, ends in a thing. Circle the one that gets all 3. Torn, pick the boring one. Write the sentence. I help blank who get blank the result by blank the thing you do. Say it out loud once. If you cringe, that's normal. If it's a lie, pick again. Day 1, done. You chose. That already puts you ahead of the dreamers. Day 2. Day 2 of 5. Get it out of your head. Here's the trap with being good at something. You stop noticing how you do it. Ask an expert how they work, and they'll say, I just kind of know. That instinct is real, but you can't teach an AI just kind of know. You can't sell it either. Today, you turn instinct into steps. The trick is not to write a manual. Nobody writes a manual. The trick is to be interviewed, and your AI is a tireless, non-judgmental interviewer that never gets bored of asking, and then what? You'll give it the prompt on the next page. It will ask you questions about how you do your thing. Answer like you're talking to a smart new assistant on the first day. Honestly, specifically, with the shortcuts and the warnings. Pay special attention to your judgment calls, the moments where you say, it depends. It depends on what? That answer is your expertise. That's the part no generic AI output has. And it's the reason someone will pay you instead of prompting ChatGPT themselves. But to prove the value of paying you, you've got to follow your own lead. Today's finish line: a written process, steps, questions you always ask, mistakes you always avoid, captured in one AI conversation you can reuse forever. Day 2 worksheet, the extraction interview. Number 1, paste this into your AI tool. You are an expert process consultant. I'm going to teach you a skill I do well so you can help me do it faster for clients. The skill, insert here your day 1 sentence. Interview me one question at a time. Dig into the steps I follow, the questions I ask before starting, the judgment calls I make, the mistakes beginners make, and what a great final result looks like versus a mediocre one. Keep asking, and then what? Until you could write my process yourself. Then write it up as a numbered process with my rules of thumb included. Note to self: in the version of this 5-day activation plan that I ship, make sure the prompts do not have is not anthropomorphizing the model, even to the extent that it assigns it a role. So it wouldn't say you are an expert process consultant. It would likely say operate as or something. And it wouldn't say keep asking and then what until you could write my process yourself. It would likely say keep asking and then what until the process consultant expert could write my process itself. Right? So at the end of the day, I believe that we do a disservice to the distinction between humans and machines when we confer anthropomorphic, that is human qualities and personifications to what amounts to computer programs. The extraction interview number 2, answer for 20 to 30 minutes after inputting that prompt into your LLM of choice. Answer for 20 minutes. I recommend setting a timer. Setting a timer for 15 minutes, then you'll know when the 15 minutes goes off and you can wrap up. Ramble, correct it. It's a conversation, not a test. Also insert here, I like to do this in speech to text dictation, so that's still coming across as textual input and textual output. And when I do it, if I live stream it, I will read through what I wrote and what was written back to me. But I will also make a point, hopefully, to do a couple of exchanges that are audio, that show the audio user interface, because you can talk and hear a voice saying back to you what you would normally read in text. So Let me see. This is day 2. Day number 2. Get it out of head. And this is extraction interview. Make sure to today's finish line, a written process, steps, questions you always ask, mistakes you always avoid, captured in one AI conversation that you can reuse forever. Answer for 20 to 30 minutes. Then step 3, capture the gold. My process has blank steps. The 3 questions I always ask first. So there needs to be another step in here, meaning like you submit. How do you, one, you're probably going to need to conclude that interview process. How do you do that? Then you need it to give you back a context brief or some type of capture, data capture document, or even like a product requirements document, whatever it would be in the software development lifecycle thing, I think is whatever that first step is. That's what needs to be created with the 20-minute extraction interview. And then what's created there. So what is that first step of the SDLC? What's created there would then go into capture the gold. So take blank thing and insert name of thing here, and well, you need to identify, you need to either ask AI to separately identify the number of steps in your process, or as part of insert document here, whether that's a context briefing, whether that's a product requirements document, whatever that thing is, that deliverable is, needs to include the steps inherent that comprise the thing, the process, or whatever the goal result of the extraction interview. Then you do the capture the gold steps. So you fill in using the document. You take the number of steps identified in that document. My process has fill in the blank steps. The 3 questions I always ask first. And it will, so then that briefing document needs to say that. My number 1, it depends rule, what separates great from mediocre. Now, when I fill this out, the goal should be to read something with AI telling me this, and then to either echo verbatim what AI told me, or to work out here another iteration of the gold that I can live with. And I'm going to say to set a timer here of 5 minutes, so that you spend no more than 5 minutes completing this section. And this is why I'm also going to say you need a pencil, not a pen. Save that conversation. It's now a business asset. Label it so you can find it. So that also needs to mean, if you're in ChatGPT, do this with it. If you're in Claude, do this with it. If you're in Gemini, do this with it, kind of thing. Day 2, done. Your expertise now exists outside your skull. So I also think that this should be downloaded in a markdown document, and I need a recommendation for where to keep it. Yeah. All right, day 3 out of 5, build the machine, then test it on something real. Yesterday, you taught the AI how you think. Today, you turn that into a workflow, one master prompt that produces a first draft of your deliverable, which you then improve with your judgment. So there needs to be a step in here, step in between the extraction interview. There has to be the deliverable, like naming and identifying the deliverable that your offer hinges on, I guess. So that needs to be part of the extraction, this day 2 worksheet. So day 2 will take, let's see, 1 hour, we'll say. Or we'll time it. I'll time it when I go through it. Day 2, how many hours? Day 2, number of hours or time. All right, because you need to know what the deliverable is that you're aiming for, like what the goals of the deliverable are, what the format of the deliverable, what do I need to know, parameters do I need to have for the deliverable set up in order to build the machine and test it on something real. So when I say yesterday you taught the AI how you think, today you turn that into a workflow, one master prompt that produces a first draft of your deliverable, then you improve with your judgment. Now, let's see. This is the first time the word deliverable is actually even used in this document. So this is actually a good example of how I think. This is the difference in working with me. Note to self. But so I put myself in the position of the audience. But nobody's hired me to do that. Well, I think you could say Dr. Furman has. Anyway. So there needs to be, day 2 needs to be about documenting the something and the deliverable. Documentation, deliverable, or data. Because to get it out of your head, that's data, documentation, deliverable. You need the product requirement document for the data, documentation, and the deliverable. I think that's what I want to say. And this, I would like for this day 2 part to also explain that this 5-day thing is based off of the 5, let me see how many stages are in the software development, SDLC stages. There's 6. So we'll say that this is built, it should mirror the 6 software development lifecycle phases, and it should explain why I'm building it to do it that way, because every deployment for AI that we make, we need to start thinking about as software, our own software, even though we're building on proprietary models. I believe that when we start taking what we build and putting it on top of models that are native to our hardware systems, and we build on open source models, that's really the goal for any offer that works. If you build the offer, if you build what you're putting into the marketplace of ideas so that it could be software as a service, basically, that it would operate that way as a recurring value generation for whoever's using it. If you do it with that in mind, knowing that income into perpetuity is just it's not good business. And you need to have customer life cycles and to really be smart about that lifespan and life cycle intelligence of the customer, because that's, to me, where the human insight becomes most valuable. And the degree to which you can deploy your human insight at scale, right, to help resolve blind spots, to to take the thing that you always see every time you're evaluating, I don't know, best practice A in your industry. There's a way that you follow the best practice that's even testing the best practice somehow. Like there's your way of writing a grant application. There's your way. Oh my gosh, my mom, she has a way of doing her grocery shopping. And my mom, who's on a fixed income, lives in a city where there are a lot of food programs, and it's difficult to apply for these food programs. You're limited and when you can shop from them. They're mobile markets, they're pantries, they have fresh produce, and they have packaged goods. You get great stuff there. And I've told her that she should have a YouTube channel that shows just how she makes meals, just extemporaneously. Like she's got such, but I believe that if someone were watching her channel every day, they would pick up the patterns of what she does all the time. Like there's probably a way that she always sautés a vegetable, or a way that she always heats up or seasons her meat, or a way that she preserves X, Y, or Z fruit, or what are the things that she does immediately when she brings the haul home. Speaking of, I have a little video that I can share that she shared today of like all of this produce. It looks exotic and gorgeous. But anyway, also too, before I show that, the only reason I'm pointing this out is because I am talking through what I believe is anytime I talk about secret sauce as a service, that's part of that's an entire layer, participation layer, software layer, if you will. And maybe we need another word to think of it as not just software, right? Because you're not going to be able to, this isn't software as a service that's going to have, the way Salesforce has these enterprise accounts where, the Magnificent Seven only use Salesforce, or it's a big get if HubSpot, for the number of Fortune 500 companies that are using like HubSpot. These are CRMs, customer relationship management software platforms. I'm not talking about, that software is profitable at scale, like at scale where it's organization wide. And they have scaled that from small to medium-sized businesses to large, I think, in the top 5% of the S&P 500. The thing is, what we don't have is a new class of what would have been software engineers, software developers, like in the 2000s, but like the people who were taking advantage of the new breakthrough to build shit that they would not have been able to build before, right? And that's what, to me, that's what you see with Facebook. That's what you see with Amazon. That's what you see with, Google, right? That's even what you see with, I'm not going to take that back. And I think that doing that at scale now is you're not going to have the behemoths. And to the extent that our economy is presenting itself as if it wants to be dependent on a company like OpenAI that makes ChatGPT, or a company like Anthropic that makes Claude, and the way that, it's created this shadow regulation for the new models that these large language models have like, and a new model is just there's increased capability. So when ChatGPT premieres a new model, it just means that one, it becomes the new default likely on your app when you're using it, and two, there's some capability that the new model has, ChatGPT 5.6 or whatever, that the previous ones did not. And a lot of that capability is often described, defined in terms of coders, software developers. So you hear a lot about cybersecurity, a lot about how its ability to write code, a lot about hackers and whether that can hack itself or can prevent hackers, etc. You don't hear about what it was actually created to do and to be, which is to encode computational functions in natural language. And the people who use it as a natural language computational program, that's you and me. That's us. Those are what I'm not even going to call us non-technical, because in fact, if you download this, if you're using this, this is in fact a technical document. I am doing my best to integrate my pedestrian understanding of the software development lifecycle, not to sound smart, but to try to create a visible how this could map out, like how we can map out what we've already done with software development, how we could map that onto how humans work. Because, hey, software engineers, software developers, tech companies, I don't think you guys have really appreciated how different the rest of the economy is, like all of the, like how different other workplaces are and the functions of them, and how value is truly proven. Like there's not as much money to play around with for just having butts and seats. Like there are actual things that cannot get done without person A, B, or C. And because we are stuck in this replacement theory, we have not actually, like, this is time when we could be pushing, doing key man transfers. And I keep saying that, so I need to create a key man transfer something or other. I just want to see if I can actually provide value there. Key man transfer. And actually, if there's a way to make the extraction interview almost feel like a key man transfer, or if the key man transfer becomes the thing that informs the deliverable, as in what it needs to be, to qualify as an offer, and does plan take person on journey of identifying 3-level offer similar to what I described in LVMH voice memo. And I have a bunch of, all right, so this is still day 2. This is still part of getting out of your head. All right. Okay. So there you go. Now, day 3. This is where the word deliverable shows up first, but this should not be the first time we're hearing deliverable. Yesterday, you taught AI how you think. Today, you turn that into a workflow, one master prompt that produces a first draft of your deliverable, which you then improve with your judgment. Notice the division of labor. The AI does the assembling, structure, first pass, the parts that used that used to take you an hour, you do the discerning. Taste, context, the it depends calls. AI assisted doesn't mean AI generated. It means you faster. Build the master prompt from yesterday's write-up template on the next page. Then this is the day most people skip, so don't. Test it on a real case, a past client's situation, a friend's actual problem, your own from last month. Run the workflow start to finish and produce one real deliverable. Then grade it against one question. Would I put my name on this? Not is it perfect, not is it as good as my best work on my best day. Would you hand it to a real person with your name attached? If no, fix the prompt, not your ambitions. Add your missing rules of thumb and run it again. 2 or 3 rounds is normal. Today's finish line, one real deliverable made with your workflow that passes the name test. I'm increasingly inclined to believe that the deliverable should be a thing you give away for free. Okay. The master prompt and the name test. Also, note to self, when I do this with a real case, test it on a real case, Naima Cochran keeps coming to mind. Naima Cochran is my real case. Like if here's Brian. Hi, you're on speakerphone and I'm live streaming.
I'm on speakerphone too.
Where are you?
I got your message. I just left my appointment.
Okay, great.
You want me to come pick you up and then we can go to the store together?
Is that what you want? If that's what you want, sure.
Okay. Yeah, because it's not really on my phone. Well, I guess I could go to the one on Fox Street. Maybe I'll do that. The one by the shop right down there, by the.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why don't I do that? I'll just do that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'll see you when you get home. Love you.
Okay.
Bye. Yeah, she does music sermon. And one of the things I want to prove are I want my download to deliver real pitches for people, a real something that will provide a service, will solve a problem to the person that you want to sell a solution to. So this thing should create a free resource for the person to whom you want to pitch a valuable solution that you're selling or something. I think that's what I'm talking about. Okay. All right, so one real deliverable made with your workflow that passes the name test. Now it's saying made with your workflow, but why is the word workflow used here? Turn that into a workflow. So that means you need to turn how you think into a deliverable for who you want to care about how you think or whatever. Okay, that makes sense. And why is it a workflow? It's a workflow because you are taking the time to document your secret sauce. So transparently enough that someone will see how you work without needing to ask you to work. So you avoid doing shit for free. And like, this is your demonstration. And then then there's an easy up from here to get, I don't know, $50 or $100, $50 or something. 50 just sounds good. Having a $50 offer and a $500 offer. No, going from the free download to the $5 offer to the $50 offer to the $500 offer. That's what it should be. So you do the workflow, you turn the extraction into a workflow. And you're doing it as a workflow because you want the AI to take you through how to solve for a free deliverable for your ideal customer, because that needs to also be a part of the interview, is identifying, yes, that who thing. And it needs to be a repeatable workflow. So anytime any offer you build needs to have infrastructure for how it will be. I don't know exactly what I'm saying here. I don't know why the word workflow is being used. It's catching me up. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Build the machine. One real time. One made with. Okay. Yesterday, you taught the AI how to think. Today, you turn that into a workflow. One master prompt that produces a first draft of your deliverable, which you then improve with your judgment. Notice the division of labor. The AI does the assembling, structure, first pass, the parts that used to take you an hour. You do the discerning, taste, context, the it depends calls. AI assisted doesn't mean AI generated. It makes you faster. Build the master prompt from yesterday's write-up, template on the next page. Then, this is the day most people skip, so don't test it on a real case, a past client's situation, a friend's actual problem, your own from last month. Run the workflow start to finish and produce one real deliverable. Then grade it against one question. Would I put my name on this? Today's finish line, one real deliverable made with your workflow, then that passes the name test. The master prompt and the name test. Build your master prompt. Fill in and paste. You are my assistant for, okay, this isn't good. Are my assistant for blank skill, because I don't want to fill in the blank skill because identifying the skill is the hardest thing. Here's my exact process. Paste day 2 write-up. Here's the situation you're working on. Real details. Before drafting, ask me my 3 intake questions. Then produce a first draft of the deliverable, following my process and my rules of thumb. Flag anywhere you had to guess. No, you're not supposed to be building a workflow here. You should just be building the deliverables. Yeah. Let me see. What's the software development life cycle again? Oh, man. Planning, implementation. Stage 1, planning and feasibility analysis. Defining, designing, deployment, testing, building. Okay, defining. Project plan, feasibility report, project managers, feasibility analysis, cost estimation, scheduling, resource planning. Stage 2, defining requirements. To me, that should be day 2. Okay, then stage 3, in requirement specification, there's in this stage, detailed functional and non-functional requirements are documented early and approved by stakeholders. Requirement gathering, validation, documentation, software requirement specification. I think that's also where there's a product requirement document. Okay, stage 3, system design. In this stage, the approved requirements are transformed into a technical blueprint for implementation. High-level design defines system architecture, technology stack, database design, and major modules. Low-level design specifies component logic, APIs, data structures, and workflows. Output design document specification. Okay. Then stage 4, development coding. Developers build the software based on the approved design. So in your case, you're going to take, by creating this offer for yourself, you end up in the way that it's the guided process, you end up solving or creating deliverables, generating deliverables that become what is software? The developers, you end up developing the solution to a problem. And so you sell the solution that you just came up, basically that you came up with. And you have a documented approach for how you do this thing. And you've built it based on something that people come to you already for. So going back to the Naima Cochran thing, if she's run Sunday sermon, she's great with middle age throwbacks and intergenerational, Generation XYZ, like if you know, you know, and like these mini music lessons about the history of different songs or the samples. And there's, like, to me, I would be pitching her having if her offer could be based on like the minimum viable products or messaging that she needs to put into the world to attract the kind of people who will hire her based on her existing track record. And that's important to me because this offer is based on your secret sauce. It shouldn't require you needing to build more than the offer itself in order to pitch yourself. Like, you shouldn't feel like you need to, I don't know. I'm thinking about what's that thing called? Have a reel. Like, you need to have a reel or have connected all the dots visually, like have a, what do you call that? When you have a sound bites reel, like, so someone like Naima, who has a bunch of content on Instagram and more, that you would think that she would need, I don't know, a 2-minute reel showing this and that. And while I think that would be great for her, I think it would just be a part of the plan for the offer. Meaning, if you start the offer pitching to people who don't need the reel, and that needs to be part of the plan too, is the model needs to suss out who wants your secret sauce. Like your secret sauce, if you were basing this off of things that people automatically ask you, right, that you're trying to attract people who maybe they're not automatically thinking of you, but they might be inclined to if they knew that they could think about you or come to you for X, Y, or Z. Jesus, I'm really thinking this fucking through, and we're going to use this. Sorry, I'm cursing. We're going to use this to inform the next iteration of this daggone 5-day plan. Build the machine, then test it on something real. Yesterday, you taught the AI how you think. Today, you turn that into a workflow. All right. And then I'm going to do this to fix this. And then I'm going to go through the plan myself. Build the machine, then test it. Okay. The master prompt and the name test. This build your master prompt, fill in and paste. This section is confusing. And I feel like I've talked through what needs to replace it. So infer and extract from what I've said. Note, this was me reading through the document initially to have an audio recording of it, but then talking through things that didn't make sense to me. So run it on a real case. So I did kind of go through the project process, but I ran it on Naima Cochran, who's not a real person who came to me, but she's a real case, and it's not a problem. It's not a situation. It's what I see as an opportunity. And to me, that's a different mindset. I want this plan to reflect that opportunity, latent opportunity mindset, not. So if it's people come to you for blank, and I kind of want to, is it the thing that you make out of nothing? You create, like you make blank out of nothing, or people, like for my friend Shelly, it would be her public service announcements, like what she makes expert clinical advice in the medical community. She makes it practical and actionable. Like she has told me what to tell AI so that and what keywords to use when I go to the doctor to ask about certain tests, right? The difference between chronic and acute. And yeah. So, but that is, all of that part just now is to, in the next revision, solve for problem/situation as latent opportunity and source that as sound advice or some advice that a thought expert or someone has already highlighted or mentioned. Scott Galloway comes to mind. If Oprah Winfrey said anything, don't hallucinate, actually search for, search. Day 3 done, you have a working machine with your name on its output. You don't. I don't know what that is. I don't know how that's helping. Because remember, you ship on day 5. You have one working offer, built with AI, tested on something real. The rules: 1 skill, 1 hour a day. Done beats elegant. You ship on day 5. Shipping on day 5 means that you activate whatever. You activate the lead generation trigger for the offer at those different levels. It's free, 5, 50, 500. Free, 5, 50, 500. Mm-hmm. Okay, day 4. That master prompt thing doesn't make sense. Day 4, put a box around it and a price on the box. A skill becomes an offer. And I don't like how this uses the word skill unless it's going to explain what a skill is in Claude, if skills are still relevant in Claude. And maybe this needs to be building a skill, like building a reusable blank that you will then use to create the deliverables or the documentation infrastructure for each of the price levels. So for the free, for the 5, for the 50, for the 500, because the offer is going to need, like, at the output that you'll have at the end of this is a landing page that will serve as the main point of entry for everything, right? So you'll send blank, email, or you'll set up AI to send blank email to blank person contact. You'll set up AI to post on 3 socials. You'll set up AI. So you need personal pitches that you can send via LinkedIn. You need email, like thought leadership pitches that you can send to publications to get bylines. You need whatever the thing's going to be for the $500 pipeline. I don't know. I've never tried this. And then you need the free download pipeline, and like what that, and then that's also would need to include setting up your weekly Substack or whatever, insert email marketing campaign there. For me, I'm going to do it with Substack because that's what I am using right now. And that needs to be your free pipeline. That's where you're going to, and then you have to have the posts, create enough posts to be scheduled for the next, I don't know, however many days, 30 days or something. With, for the next, I don't know, what would that be? 1 Substack a week for the remainder of the year. And with each Substack, knowing for sure that it can provide whatever value, little nuggets of value, and do it in the style of James Clear, the James Clear 1, 2, 3 list. Yeah. Actually, it could just be the 1, 2, 3 list. You could just do your own 1, 2, 3 list. And then it can have a prompt around that encourages the AI in building your 1, 2, 3 content for Substack, which is however many weeks. I guess it's if there are 56 weeks in a year, is that right? And we are already into month 7, then that's what, I don't know, fewer than 30 weeks left. So that's fewer than 30 1, 2, 3 posts that you can queue up, that aren't repetitive, that aren't duplicative, and that keep you top of mind as a thought leader, a blank, whatever. Okay, so now day 4. So day 4 really needs to be, if you put a box around it, it's the deployment. So you're doing the development and testing. So you're using whatever that workflow is to put, if it could be designed so that like this workflow, if that's what we're doing, as that we've finished in day 3, would then need to be applied to, I said that, right, to the free 5, 50, 500. And with the goal of reverse engineering what the landing page needs, or what the Substack content, all of the choose your own adventure, if you will, of getting into either of the lines, like the $5 line, the 50 line, the 500, with the goal of what's the minimum time that one could expect to earn $5 or get a paying $5 download. If $50 is for the phone session, the conversation, if $500 is for a campaign deployment, like if the Substack is designed to blank, there's something that you need to be producing, showing, that's designed to attract the $500 clients. So and that content needs to be designed as part of this development piece. So that's like an editorial calendar of sorts. And I guess that's also the emails that you need to be sending, but the things that you need to be posting on, post this to Instagram, post that to TikTok, post this, blah, blah, blah. I would like to solve for how to get AI to do all of that posting, or at least how to leverage. And again, I know it doesn't have to be perfect, how to leverage AI to post on at least one, but, maybe fewer than one, maybe more than one socials. The offer also has to live. So once it's shipped, it requires at least a 30-day cycle. Like a full cycle is 30 days. So that's what the offer, that's what you're creating, all the infrastructure for that 30 days with a maintenance or testing. Yeah, with a testing and maintenance. Sorry, testing happens first. So once it's deployed, deployment is stage 6, maintenance is stage 7. So deployment is you're triggering the 30-day life cycle, but you need to be monitoring the 30-day life cycle and doing what you need to do to make sure that it continues. So the success of the 5-day action plan is really having a 30-day blueprint. That's how you know you've done it successfully. Jesus, that's a lot. Okay, let's just keep going here. So that's 4. Put a box around it and a price on the box. A skill becomes an offer the moment it has edges, a name, a deliverable, a timeline, and a price. Today you draw the edges. Vague helpers get vague thank yous. I can help with your marketing, earns you coffee chats. Send me your launch email draft. Within 48 hours, you get back a rewritten version plus 3 subject lines, earns you customers. Specific is kind. It tells people exactly what to say yes to. Keep the box small, 1 deliverable, 1 timeline. This is your first offer, not your last. Then the price. Dreamer doers stall here. So here are your guardrails. Not free, not forever. Free buys you polite feedback and zero proof. Charge something, even a small something, because a payment is the only feedback that can't be faked. Price it so your first 3 customers feel like they're getting away with a steal. Tell them it's a founding rate and plan to raise it. You're not pricing your worth today. You're pricing your proof. Remember your day 3. So maybe I can offer it for free and also for $5. Remember your day 3 time gap. You're delivering our quality work in minutes. Even a modest price is a deal for them and a win for you. My day 3 time gap. Oh, I see. Because on Master Prompt it says, run this on a real case. Whose situation did you use? The name test, first draft. Would I put my name on this? Yes, no. If no, what was missing? That's a rule of thumb. You forgot to teach it. Add it to the prompt. Run again. Rounds it took. Time check. Doing this the old way takes me blank. With the workflow, it takes me blank. This gap is your new margin. Remember it tomorrow when you price. Okay, and this means I've been talking already an hour. So if I can get this down to, if I can get this down to, I don't know, less than an hour, what it means for me to even create this, that I think that could work maybe. I don't know. Okay. Okay, the offer box. Oh, sorry. Then the price. Dreamer doers stall here. So here are your guardrails. Not free, not forever. Got it. Charge something. Prices so your first 3 you're not pricing your worth today. You're pricing your proof. Remember your day 3 time gap. You're delivering our quality work in minutes. Even a modest price is a deal for them and a win for you. Today's finish line. Your offer written in 1 sentence with a number in it. The offer box. Name the deliverable. What exactly do they get? A document, a plan, a 30-minute session, and written follow-up. 2, draw the edges. Included, not included, yet, turnaround, how they get it to me, how I deliver. Price it, founding rate for your first 3 customers. Blank, not free, not forever. Write the number, breathe. But doesn't Seth Godin say, what does he say about unleashing the idea virus? That needs to be free. I need to have, there needs to be a caveat for if you insist on free, then free makes good financial sense. Here's why. If you can justify it in X, Y, and Z ways, and then use Seth Godin's idea virus, whatever its parameters, constraints, principles were. Hey, I'm coming. Founding rate for your first 3 customers. Assemble the offer sentence. Gut check. Okay. Ship it before you feel ready because you never will. All right. So this is where I take my voice memo. Done. Let's see here. Voice memo on 5-day AI activation plan response. Hey.
Hey. Still streaming?
Yeah, I'm about to wrap up because I need Claude to do a rebuild of something. Can you give me are you waiting for me? Okay, can you give me, yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Okay, so voice memo is being slow. Oh, oops, did I not have the Claude thing? I'll keep reading from here while it's doing that. Assemble the offer sentence. Okay, day 5, ship it before you feel ready because you never will. Here's the secret nobody puts on the download page. The feeling of readiness arrives after you ship, not before. Everyone you admire published scared. Today has exactly 3 moves, not a website, not a logo, not a content calendar. 3 moves, make it buyable. 1 link where a yes can happen, a payment link, Stripe, PayPal, Gumroad, Venmo, whatever you already have, or a booking link, or simply reply to this and I'll invoice you. Friction kills first offers. 1 link, 1 step. Announce it once in public. 1 post, 1 email, 1 message to the group chat wherever your people already are. Templates on the next page. You're not launching a brand. You're making a statement of availability. I do this now. Here's how to get it. Tell 3 humans directly, not broadcast direct. 3 people who either need this or know someone who does. Personal message, no apology in it. This step converts better than the public post ever will. Do not skip it because it feels forward. It feels forward because it works. So for me, that would be sending this to Naima, sending it to Corey, and sending it to, I don't know. Okay. Shipped means the link exists, the announcement is public, the 3 messages are sent. Buyers may come today or in 2 weeks. Shipping is the part you control, so it's the part you finish today. Today's finish line, all 3 boxes checked out loud in public for money. The launch, where can a yes happen? My link. It works. I tested it. The announcement, steal this and make it sound like you. For years, people have asked me to blank. And I've always done it on the side for free. As of today, it's a real thing you can get. Offer name, you send me blank, and within blank, you get blank. I'm taking my first 3 people at a founding price of blank. If that's you or someone you love, here's the link. Post it at blank platform time. This is a moment. 3 humans. The definition of done. Oh, actually, my 3rd human could be Gail King. Ooh, that's really scary. Okay, 3 humans. The definition of done. Link live. Announcement posted. 3 messages sent. Day 5, you shipped. Read the last page. Day 6 and everything after. What happens now? You did the thing most people only talk about doing. You have an offer with your name on it, a workflow that does the heavy lifting, and an announcement you can't unsend. Good. Now 3 habits. Deliver loudly when the first yes arrives. Over-deliver, then ask 1 question. What almost stopped you from buying? That answer is your next headline. Iterate weekly. Every deliverable teaches your master prompt something. Add the new rule of thumb. The machine gets better every time you use it. That's compounding, and it belongs to you. Raise the price at 3. After your 3rd customer, the founding rate expires. You promised, remember? Raising your price on schedule isn't greed. It's keeping your word. And when someone asks how you built all this in 5 days, and someone will, you'll be holding the answer. 1 skill, 1 hour a day, shipped by Friday. You weren't behind. You were loaded. Now you're launched. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to voice memos and let's see if the transcript, perfect. Okay. Write a prompt or instructions for a large language model that created the attached 5-day action plan as a download that is the cornerstone of my offer, and going through this download is the process through which I'm going to produce my offer. And I need for the model to infer the parameters of what I'm visualizing as the output of these stages. So, for example, like the period, the piece, the part of the voice memo that is talking about Naima Cochran. Like the 5-day action plan needs to primarily facilitate Penny's successfully going through this 5-day action plan in fewer than 5 days, like really in 3 days, such that whatever needs to happen on day 1, I can complete before, ideally in the next hour at the most. So when I ask the LLM to revise the attached action plan, it needs to take direct feedback from my narration of the plan as I'm reading through it and talking back to it, and also from the prompting that I'm doing right now around the serviceability for me, because the "it worked for me" piece is instrumental, period. And shipping the offer, an imperfect offer, it might be imperfectly too much for me, but at least I've done what I believe needs to be done for like only shipping something that worked for me, if that makes any sense. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to say that I was in ChatGPT. Sorry. Oh, no, I did say that. You can see that I'm in ChatGPT. Really? I didn't even know I did that. Okay, great. Okie dokie. All right. Oh, but I want the model to have direct access to the transcript of the voice memo too. So the instructions will need to specify how to use the voice memo in the context of the goal. Damn, it's really. Oh no, that's not ChatGPT. That's Claude. Hold on. Mm-mm. Okay. It's still writing here. Okay, this is. Okay, so it needs to say. We're going to call this the revision brief. July 29, 2026. All right, then we're going to go. Okay. Okay, I'm doing this now. Revision brief, and then I'm going to do rename, revision brief. Boom. All right, document tabs. Then we're going to say revision instructions. Instructions. And then we're going to say, oh boy. Revision notes, voice memo. Okay. Now we'll go here, edit. Mm-mm. Wait, what happened to my... recover? Revision instructions. Okay. Okay. All right. Mm-mm. What's today's date? 07/29/2026. Okay, file. All tabs. So now, when I upload the attached into new chat with first version to request revised, provide the 1, 2, 3 sentence prompt that will trigger, activate the LLM to mm-mm. First version of plan along with the additional revision notes PDF. Need 2 to 3 sentence prompt. To initiate request. Okay, now we're going to go to Claude. Okay, that's ChatGPT, so that's what I just made. So this is saying, so now I'm going to upload the revision PDF along with the first version of the activation plan. So I'm going to upload the revision PDF along with the first version of the activation plan. And I asked for a short prompt that would initiate my request. And I asked for that in ChatGPT. And now I will copy this prompt here. And I'm going to paste it in Claude. First, I'm going to say, great job on first draft. Then I'm going to copy this. Copy. And I'm going to okay. All right. Great job on the first draft. Read both attached PDFs in full, treating the 5-day AI activation plan as the source document and revision notes, 5-day AI activation plan as authoritative user testing feedback. Product requirements and design direction, using the complete voice memo transcript contained in the revision notes, not merely a summary. Produce the fully rewritten, download-ready workbook so Penny can complete day 1 within 1 hour and ship a useful, trustworthy offer in approximately 3 focus days while retaining the 5-day framework. And what is day 1 again? Pick the thing. So I've got to do the what do people actually ask me for. I feel like that interview needs to happen. Speaking of day 1, I feel like the extraction interview needs to happen on day 1, and the deliverable that's the planning and defining and then designing. I'm going to put this. And the deliverable design. And day 1 needs to resemble whatever would happen in software development lifecycle planning, or variation of planning mapped on to the askable skill exercise, human AI or AI guided exercise. If that makes sense, then Day 1 is planning. Day 2 is defining. Day 3 is designing. Day 3 and 4 are designing. Let me see. What stage of SDLC typically lasts the longest? Okay, so implementation development. All right. System design is implementation. Stage 4 is development. Why does it say deployment there? Developing product equals deployment, coding standards, scalable code, version control, code review. Got it. So development is needs to be a 2-day thing. Development and testing. Stage 6 is deployment. So planning, defining the scope, planning a requirement, defining requirements and development. We'll just do the planning, should be on deliverable, defining. Requirements is day 2. Day 3 is development. Is design, implementation. For implementation, developers build the software. Development, building the actual infrastructure and or I'm going to say user-facing data and or deliverables needed for the offer. Then there's I don't know if I'm making that sense or not. And then it's deployment. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see what happens. And go. So now it's going to start working. And then I'm going to go talk to my husband. Actually, let's just do. I thought I had. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. All right. So you should still be able to hear me. I am going to step away from my desk while this is working. And we will go ahead and open. How about we open You know me, I always love to play the Power 2026 playlist, huh? Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what I can play. Okay. Let's see here. I want to play my new Hummy song that I really liked a lot.
Hey ha, hey ha, hey ha, hey ha.
That's not a good one.
The Hummy, Harvey, Henrietta, Helena, and Hermione. The Hummies, the Hummies, Harvey, Henrietta, the Harvey, Henrietta, Helena, and Hermione. The Hummies, the Hummies, Harvey, Henrietta, Helena, and Hermione. The Hummies, the Hummies, Harvey, Henrietta, Helena, and Hermione. The Hummies, the Hummies.
Okay.
Gotta get up to get down. Gotta know when to get down. Gotta get
So we're going to watch
down.
Claude work, and I'm going to turn off my audio, and I will be back. I'll set it like a 20-minute timer.
Gotta get up, get down. Liberty rhythm, we channel it. 250, we handle it. Gotta get up, get down. Gotta get down, gotta get down, gotta go down, get down. So wanna get down, gotta get down, gotta get up, get down, get up, get down, gotta get down. So wanna get down, gotta get down. So wanna get down. So wanna get down, gotta know and get down, gotta know and get down, gotta roll back down, go back to the roots, 7-6 sound. They gonna pay when the stakes so profound. We the people, not us slogan around. It's a practice, not a crown. Patriotism 1.0 survival mode. Patriotism 2.0 redeal the code. Now it's 3.0 civic reload. Upgrade the system, carry the load. Gotta know when get down. Gotta know when get down. 1995, dial up dreams just to stay alive. 1999, Y2K cross the line. Gotta go and get down. So wanna get down. 2001, 2001, skyline scar. 2001, we know who we are. Held to our knees, no we didn't stay down. Spoke in the sky, still held the ground. Freedom ain't fragile, it circles around, not back hard. system's bare. Gotta know when to get down. Gotta know oh, to get down, get down, get down. Hold it on. Looking out. Gotta get down. Gotta get up. Gotta get up, get down. Gotta get down. Gotta get up, get down. To stop fear. Gotta get up, get down. Oh no, no. Today is the day. 250 live. Today is the day. Just the first drive. I love a workaround. It can turn around your reality. I love a workaround. It will make your life one possibility after another. A workaround will turn around the avenue and make it a thoroughfare just for you. I love a workaround. You can find a solution in the problem. I love a workaround. Use what you got and you will solve them. Oh, more than one thing will go wrong and more than one thing will go right if you apply creative problem solving, a DIY. I love a workaround. Hey, I love to work it out. Hey, the problems they gonna never work out. Have no doubt. Workaround. I love a workaround. It will humble there. A workaround was something there. I love a workaround. I love a workaround. Oh, work it out with a workaround. You can fly with your DIY. You can fly with your DIY. You can work around to work it out. I love a workaround. I love a workaround. I love a workaround. I love a workaround. Love a workaround. Love a workaround. Yeah. Love a workaround. Da 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 da. Love a workaround. Da da. Love a workaround. Love a workaround. Hey, you standing in the noise, scrolling past the signal, drowning out the voice. Hey, you thinking you're too small, like the future's something happening to us all. Lines across the sky, cracks in every headline. We keep asking why. Every silent question, marching down the street. If you feel it shifting, if you feel that pull, that's not just confusion, that's a world too full. Hey you, yeah, I'm talking to you. When the wall starts breaking, what you gonna do? Hey you, don't disappear. The future's closer than it appears. Promises were written, but they're not set in stone. Are we still believers when we're on our own? We're not just inheriting, we're rewriting lines. Every generation redefines the signs. What if you're the answer, hiding in plain sight? What if you're the current, turning wrong to right? Not later, not someday, not someone far away. Hey you, yeah, I'm talking to you. When the walls start hope. Extend the light, expand the scope. Yeah. Hey you, yeah, I'm talking to you. When the wall starts breaking, what you gonna do? Hey you, don't disappear. The future's closer than it appears. Years from now, years from now, years from now, years from now.
This is me when I was younger. Here I'll be as I get older. When I fall, I get to rise. Oh, my 2 feet under open skies.
Years from now, years from now, years from now, years from now.
This is hope in a small room, big enough for what I'll become. When I fail, I get to try, and with my brave heart it will get done. When I'm scared, I get to grow into someone strong, more than I know.
Years from now, years from now, years from now, years from now.
Every step I take today is a seed along the way. I don't need to see it all, just believe beyond the wall. Every step I take today is a seed along the way. I don't need to see it all, just believe beyond the wall.
Years from now, years from now, years from now, years from now.
Every tear I've cried, I will tapestry.
So real quick, what Claude is doing right now is it's breaking down. So in ChatGPT, I asked it to write basically a video script for this version 2 plan so that I could have a version of it that would basically be reading through the plan, and I could promote that now. I could include that as something that I'm promoting now. Or at least it's just content. Also, I need practice in creating AI narrated video. So I also asked Claude to create PNG files. Those are image files that I can bulk, B-U-L-K, upload to my movie generation app, my video generation app. And then I can take the audio files of the voiceover narration that Claude is now breaking up into 4,000 character chunks, because that's the maximum amount of text that you can copy and paste into 11 Labs. And doing this out loud. And doing this out loud is an example of me, essentially working for free. I'm giving away use cases. That's the goal, while building these things for myself. The goal is that anything that I'm actively contributing to should be worth the most. So I want to create as much as possible that can live without my direct engagement with it every single day or at every stage in order for it to work, so that I'm deploying things that they don't work like passive income, but they work like something else. There's another version of income that I think we're working towards now that's not passive. It's, I don't know, I want to say vertical. I don't know. I'm tired though. So yeah, and this is all right now so that I have the build, and then I'm going to go through the steps of day one. And it should take an hour. And yeah, that's the goal, to complete that. So I'm also right now, though, going to make a cocktail, and I'll be back. Again, goal here is to get it done before 11:59 so that my day one starts today, so that tomorrow's day 2, Friday's day 3, and my goal is to finish this 5-day plan in 3 days. All right, so I'm turning off my microphone again, and I wish that there was like a way. Let me see. How do I get speech assistance or screen reader to read the text from the PDF and advance through the pages? Is that something that accessibility can do in preview? Oh, excuse me. Voiceover or speak selection. I'm not even seeing speech selection. That's the weird thing. Okay, it's saying open the PDF in preview and select the text you want to read. Press Option Escape to start or stop. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. What in the world is happening? Option escape. Nothing's happening. Open system settings, accessibility, read and speak. Accessibility. Read and speak. Oh, Mac will speak the keys you press and the characters you type. Interesting. Okay, that's a good thing, actually. Okay, boom. Option escape. File. Open recent. Edit.
1, 2, 3.
Select
4,
all.
5.
Wait.
The 5-day AI activation plan V2.
Edit. Select all. Edit. Select all. Boom. Oh my gosh. Edit. Select all. Option escape. Mm-hmm. Why won't it? It won't do that.
A workbook for getting ON with it. The 5-day AI activation plan. Includes the 3-day fast path. 1, 2, 3, 4. Penny Wrenn.
Option escape.
The 5-day AI activation plan V2.
Edit. Select all. Option escape.
The 5-day AI activation plan V2.
Oh my freaking gosh. Okay, whatever. I don't know what to do. This is going to take so long. wonder how many credits.
Turn up the good vibes, smart design, effortless style, and comfort that
There is a particular kind of frustration
gosh,
that
I
comes
don't
from
want
knowing you can
him.
do something valuable and still not knowing how to turn it into an offer.
there is a particular kind of frustration that comes from knowing you can do something valuable and still not knowing how to turn it into an offer. You may already be the person people call when an email needs to sound right, when a complicated idea needs to become clear, when a plan has too many loose ends, or when somebody needs a decision they can trust. You do the work. You have done it more than once. Often, you do it so instinctively that you barely count it as expertise. But when it is time to name the thing, package it, price it, or explain how you do it, the process suddenly feels slippery.
This is great.
This is where the 5-day AI activation plan begins.
Jesus.
This is not a plan for inventing a new personality, building a 10-part course, or pretending to be an expert in something you learned yesterday. It is a plan for taking one capability you already possess and turning it into something another person can receive, use, and say yes to.
All right, so that's one.
The plan has 5 phases. It also includes a 3.
All right, that's one. Now we got to do 2. Ah. That's 2.
For this work, you need an AI chat tool, a timer, a project folder, and a pencil. Pencil, because every word you write this week is provisional. File names can change. Offer names can change. Prices can change. The goal is not to make uncertainty disappear before you move. The goal is to mark uncertainty honestly and continue. The workbook practices what it teaches. It was revised through its own name test. That matters because the plan is not asking you to believe in a theory from a distance. It is asking you to build the evidence by doing the work. The operating idea behind this plan comes from software development. That comparison may sound strange if you do not think of yourself as technical. But when you give a language model careful instructions in ordinary language, you are defining inputs, procedures, constraints, decision points, and outputs. You are programming in natural language. That makes this a technical document. It simply happens to be written in language you already use. Software teams use a development lifecycle because building before defining the requirements is expensive. They plan. They define what the system must do. They design it. They develop it. They test it. They deploy it. Then they maintain it for as long as it remains useful. An AI-assisted offer deserves the same discipline. On day 1, you handle planning and feasibility. You identify the value and begin getting the method out of your head. On day 2, you define the requirements, what you are building, for whom, what it must contain, and how you will judge its quality. On day 3, you design, build, and test the deliverable on something real. On day 4, you package the tested work into an offer ladder and prepare its entry point. On day 5, you deploy it. You make the page live, announce it, send direct invitations, and arm the 30-day maintenance cycle. After that, maintenance lasts the longest, just as it often does in software. The offer keeps teaching you things. New customer questions become new intake rules. Recurring mistakes become warnings. New judgment calls become additions to your production process. The system improves because you use it. Notice that several software phases overlap. That is intentional.
Oh, I haven't.
The
been
goal
letting this
is not
play.
a tidy diagram.
That's funny.
The goal is to avoid building downstream on something that was never defined upstream. 4 terms carry special meaning in this workbook. A deliverable is the tangible thing someone receives. A document, a plan, a review, a recommendation, or a session plus written follow-up. If you can attach it, hand it over, or schedule it, it is a deliverable. A workflow is the repeatable sequence of inputs, questions, machine-assisted assembly, human decisions, quality checks, and delivery steps that produce a result. An artifact is something you create now that carries into later work. Every day ends with at least one. Now we begin. The first day has been distilled into less than 1 hour. If you do nothing else today, complete these steps. First, create a project folder. Name it after your working topic. The name can be ugly. You can rename it later. Open your AI tool and start a new conversation. Label it with your topic, followed by method plus requirements. This conversation will become the working memory for days 1 and 2. Set a timer for 15 minutes. Run the value scan. Answer by typing or dictation. If you think by talking, talk. Rambling is allowed because the model's job here is to look for patterns in your answers, not to grade your performance. When the timer rings, enter the command, generate the value statement. Read the 4 lines. Correct anything that is flatly wrong. Do not polish. Next, set a timer for 25 minutes. Run the extraction interview in the same conversation. Answer one question at a time, as if you were briefing a capable colleague on their first day. When the timer rings, finish the sentence you are speaking or typing. Then enter, the first prompt operates as a planning and feasibility analysis. Its input is your answers. Its procedure is a sequence of 7 questions, asked one at a time. The prompt does not ask the model to declare what your life's work should be. It asks the model to collect evidence from what you say, compare candidate capabilities against the filter, and recommend 1 or 2 provisional options. The questions move from visible demand to latent opportunity. What do people ask you for sideways? What can you make practical or clear? What do you notice that others miss? What do you make from confusion? What judgment do you apply automatically? Where has trust already appeared? And what opportunity can you see even if the person has not asked? When you enter the finish command, the output is not a slogan. It is a 4-line working statement. The capability, the audience, the desired change, and the observable result. Any line based on an assumption should be marked. Reopen the same conversation from day 1. The model already has the value statement, the interview, and the method capture. You should not have to type the information again. Generate the brief, then set a strict 5-minute timer for review. During that review, mark only 3 kinds of things: what is wrong, what is missing, and what remains uncertain. Correct the wrong, add the missing, label the uncertain. Do not wordsmith. Your goal is to produce an iteration you can live with, not a document that makes you feel permanently understood. Send all corrections in one message. Regenerate the complete brief once. Review only the changed sections. Then approve it explicitly as version 1. Save it as a markdown file in your project folder. The plain text file on your own computer is the version of record, not a conversation you hope you can find 6 months from now. Use a stable file name that begins with the date and ends with offer-requirements-brief.md. Rename or pin the source conversation so you can locate the evidence behind the file. The requirements prompt uses only the material already present in the conversation. Its job is to extract and structure, not invent. When the conversation does not contain an answer, the prompt marks the item for testing. When it draws a reasonable conclusion from context rather than from your direct statement, it marks the item as inferred. The finished brief. The people most likely to value that result are blank. Now listen to your own answers. Did you name a department or a capability? Strategy is a department-sized word. Turning a founder's scattered ideas into a one-page decision brief is a capability. Did you name a personality trait or a result? I am organized describes you. I turn an overloaded week into a prioritized schedule with protected focus blocks describes value another person can receive. Did you choose something because it sounds impressive or because you can remember multiple instances of doing it? The strongest starting point is rarely the most grand. It is the one with evidence already attached. If an answer is unclear, do not solve it here. Put the ambiguity into the value scan. That is what the interview is for. Finally, picture the project folder after day 2. Inside, it is a dated offer requirements brief. The source conversation has a stable name. The method capture records not only your steps, but the places where your judgment changes the result. The unknowns are marked for testing. That folder is the beginning of an asset you can own and improve. A chat may help produce it, but the durable version is the file you saved, reviewed, and approved. If that folder does not exist yet, return to the next.
Okay, so now, Claude is helping me identify which slides should go into, looks like it's slides 1 through 11. No guided workbook pages. Let me see something. All right, so I'm just going to assume that that means what? It says 1 through 11. So I don't know if there's workbook pages in here. So are these the right pages, or are there workbook pages in this? Okay. All right, let's just make episode 1. Well, let me wait till it decides the same. Okay, perfect. All right, so it's the right pages. Great. So, we're gonna, so let me also go to OBS. Watch me work. We're gonna take our Claude screen out. And we're gonna add in the InShot screen. So this is the video making app that I use. All right. Go to new video, go to blank. And then I'm going to go here. Oh, crap. You know what? I've got to... Okay, here it is. I'm like, how do you do... I forget how to do it. But I found it. Boom. Boom. Page 11. Open. All right, so if it's 11 slides divided by 11 slides divided by 6 chunks of narration equals length per slide. So that's about 3 minutes per thing. All right. All right, where's duration? Oh, I hate having to do this. This is ridiculous. Okay, let me close this up. Okay. Let's see. Can Claude build video for me with slides and separate narration files? Because InShot, my video app of choice, requires I need to do this over time, one more time. Let's see. InShot requires manually extending each of the 11 PNG image files, dragging it up to 3 minutes, which is annoyingly cumbersome. I don't want to spend more time making this video since it's not the goal of completing day 1. But since I've already paid for 11 labs and started thinking in that direction, it could be worth making part of the build. I don't know. Or offer. Maybe it's the 5. Or am I taking on too much in how I'm thinking? Okay, getting sleepy. And remember, I promised myself I would complete day 1 of 5-day plan by EOD. All right, let's ask Claude if it can do this. Oh, Shelly also called me, but I don't understand why. Mm.
That was like $7,000 worth of food.
What? Wait, you're I'm live streaming and you're on speakerphone.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's a thing. Yeah.
What's today's topic?
Well, today's topic was to do 3 builds. Build number 1 was an offer, like an offer that I can deploy by the end of the week. Build number 2 was an interactive, like, media deployment that kind of does, you know how we were talking through the reimagine, like the whatever that recursive relationship I have with the news. Do you know what I'm saying? And like, what does it look like to demonstrate that? Like what I do reflexively, naturally, I guess, when I'm consuming news. And then the 3 was building a live automated outreach workflow that's not based on our contact list, but would be used ultimately for our contact list. Does that make sense? Like, I'll build it live for I don't know, something for me, and then I'll take that and transfer it to, because I want to send more I want to have more messages going out from you, you know. Yeah, I want to have more messages going out from you to like-minded people, just basically cold, you know. This is what we're building. Saw that you did blah blah blah. Like, this is all workflow that I know I can at least. I've learned enough since the last time I tried to deploy it to at least try to deploy it on a different scale, on a smaller scale, like on a send 5 messages a week type of scale. You know what I'm saying? Versus trying to contact people every single day. You know what I mean? Because that's what I had before. But girl, I'm still on the 5-day plan. The thing I can ship this week, girl. I didn't even get to the other 2 builds. So like.
Well, I mean, I think that just speaks to that's good.
I mean, I'm proud of myself for sticking to it. Go ahead, say it again.
That speaks to the complexity of isn't that how it goes though? With most things that you decide that, not you, but most things people decide they want to try or do, and then usually people quit.
Yeah, it's them doing it in the real world. It's the it's the do it. Like, if I'm really gonna live stream, I had this conversation with Brian. So I know that if we get divorced, it'll be my fault because I didn't get my financial shit together.
is not. Wait, did you cut this hair more, Kai, in the back?
Kylie. So that was a great idea. So that was a great idea, whatever you did, and tell her to keep doing it as she sees fit. Like, it's fake hair, and you're not going to lose anything from it. Yeah, just keep trimming, because that's what I did. Remember, that's what I used to do in my crochet. I would cut it like a little bit every day because you wanted to be perfect.
Well, the only thing is it's also arm and a leg, and this is human hair. That's the only
Oh, my gosh. Y'all in this human hair. I don't understand. You and Erica in this human hair. It's not...
lighter.
Is it really, though?
Yes, it is. It just feels lighter. It pulls less on your scalp.
So I understand. I can see that because it's not going to knot as tight or whatever.
Yeah, that's the only... and it doesn't get as tangled up.
Yeah, it doesn't get as tangled up. And because her installation process is so complex that I guess you want it to last longer. So that's fair.
I don't know, but I don't care about the lasting long. I don't care about the amount of time it lasts. I care about, is this going to do damage to the locks under there? That's really like...
Which is the Shalise Furman way, parenting way. Like, it can be cute and all, but is it serving the ultimate growth and optimize and well-being goals? Yeah, don't mess up anything. Right. Mm-hmm. How's work going? When is her day? When is the tell her I asked about Aura, that text I put in the group chat. Like, what is this? Everybody talking about Aura. Is that a thing that she does?
No, she doesn't. I think that's a little kid. I think that's Clark's age. People say still Aura farming and all that other stuff. Your age or no? Is that like little smaller kids? Yes. Uh-oh. Why'd she poop on the ground?
Hi, Mackenzie.
He said she did see your text about it.
Oh, she didn't have to respond to that. I know she did. I'm just using this opportunity.
You said yes or no? Younger kids. It's a fake. You know how it is.
So if a podcaster, an adult podcaster who does, they do a weekly AI podcast, right? And it's good. It's good content. Like they're always with the headlines, synthesizing whatever. If I listened to an episode and felt like, why do I keep hearing the word aura so much? Like, does that mean that slang is doing what slang does, which is when, what the black kids, little kids say gets into the zeitgeist of the professional person? Is that what's happening now with aura? So even though, or did that already happen? I'm just trying, does that make sense?
We had this conversation about aura during the school year, the beginning of the school year. RJ said something about it, like way back in October.
Oh, we did?
I was like, this isn't new to you.
Supplies. Really? It's not new to me? That's hilarious. Thank you for knowing my brain. I didn't know that. What'd I say then?
You were like,
oh, so then that means that this person is late, basically, is what you're saying. Yeah. And they're overdoing it. Got it. Okay, so I'm not missing anything. I already filled my curiosity about this like a year ago.
And so now it's trickled down to a year ago, and then now it's trickled down to the tweens and the fake tweens.
Well, and clearly the Gen Z podcasters, the Gen Z business podcasters, like this is a. What could be I don't know. I'm not going to get stuck in that, though, because you know me, I can just be like, I'm so fascinated. It was so often. Like, it was like 5 times.
Yeah. But now it's, if he said.
Oh, we're in a video. Did you mean to video me?
Me?
Yeah, I'm getting a video from you. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
But now, if he said that to like a Gen Alpha, they would be, I don't know. If they heard him use an older person use it, they would be like, that's corny, and they'll stop using it because it's already established that it's going out. It's been around for like almost a year.
What? It can actually make. Did you know Claude can make videos?
No.
I didn't know either, girl. I'm so glad I asked. Hold on a second.
There is a particular.
Oh no! What? Hold on a second. Let me put myself on camera real quick. Hold on. Let me get my light. Yo.
Wait, I thought you were live.
I am live streaming, but I didn't have my face on camera because I just had my Watch Me Work slide up with showing Claude doing its thing. Because, you know, I like to watch Claude work, and I figured that other people might like to see Claude like diddly-dee, you know what I mean, when it does diddly-dee. I know, it's like, it's doing stuff. Yeah, okay. I know, because we make that noise so particularly because we've been making it for a long.
That's what's going on in our brains, Kylie. That same sound. While we're quiet, that's what's happening.
Business, doing business. Oh gosh, I'm just. Oh yeah, sorry, it's fine. But I feel like this is just amazing. I didn't know. I'm so glad I asked. It's a 24-minute video. What? Life Unlocked. 24-minute video made that I had it write the scripts to narrate, and then I had it divide the script into 3,000 to 4,000 word chunks because that's the max you can use in 11 labs to get one of the AI voices to narrate. And then I copy and pasted it in 3,000 to 4,000 word chunks and saved each audio file separately. So there's 6 audio files, 11 slides, like PNG, like image files. And then it pieced together the narration of the 6 over the progression of the 11 slides. It did it.
It did it. Did you ask it to do that?
Yes, I did. So this is my let me read my prompt verbatim.
Wait, you read your prompt, but my neighbor's here. I'm going to ask her for a piece of her plan. If I talk to them, I'm going to mute myself.
Okay, perfect. Great. So my prompt says, can Claude build video for me with slides? In parentheses, I have separate PNG files and separate narration files. I have 6 MP3s because InShot, my video app of choice, requires manually extending each of the 11 image files, dragging it to at least 3 minutes long, which is annoyingly cumbersome. And I don't want to spend more time making this video since making the video is not the goal of completing day 1 of this thing I'm trying to ship into the world that is a 5-day plan. But since I've already paid for 11 labs, the paid version, to get the audios, and started thinking in that direction, it could be worth at least making part of the build, part of the video as part of the offer. Maybe this is what the offer $5 level is. You get access to this multi-series video. Or am I taking on too much in how I'm thinking about it? I'm already getting sleepy, and I promised myself I would complete day 1 of the 5-day plan by EOD. And then it ran 7 commands over 11 minutes and made the video. And what a messy prompt that was, huh? But it's part of a long context thread. Yeah, whatever. But it did it. This is great. Okay, fantastic. So now I'm going to play this video as part of the live stream. Fantastic. I'm going to hang up. Not you. I'm going to hang up myself in the live stream. And I'm going to then just play the video as part of the live stream, and just have that be content that goes off for 24 minutes because that's a thing that I can do. And then I'm gonna go make myself a Bloody Mary. I'm gonna talk to you off the live stream to ask real questions because I haven't heard your voice all week, and that's gonna be it. Great. So then here's the transition. Great. Gonna take down this thing. Great.
Frustration that comes from knowing you can do something valuable. There is a particular kind of frustration that comes from knowing you can do something valuable and still not knowing how to turn it into an offer. You may already be the person people call when an email needs to sound right, when a complicated idea needs to become clear, when a plan has too many loose ends, or when somebody needs a decision they can trust. You do the work. You have done it more than once. Often, you do it so instinctively that you barely count it as expertise. But when it is time to name the thing, package it, price it, or explain how you do it, the process suddenly feels slippery. This is where the 5-day AI activation plan begins. This is not a plan for inventing a new personality, building a 10-part course, or pretending to be an expert in something you learned yesterday. It is a plan for taking one capability you already possess and turning it into something another person can receive, use, and say yes to. The plan has 5 phases. It also includes a 3-day fast path. But the calendar is not the real point. The real point is movement. From instinct, to documentation, to a tested deliverable, to an offer, to a live path through which a real person can respond. By the end, you are not merely going to have an idea for an offer. You are going to have evidence that the offer can work, because you will have used the process yourself. And before we go any further, there is one sentence you need to hear clearly. You do not have an AI problem. You have a permission problem. You already know how to do something valuable. People may come to you for it directly, but just as often they come sideways. They do not say, "I would like to retain your strategic editorial judgment." They say, "Can you look at this before I send it?" They do not say, "Please apply your resource allocation methodology." They say, "How did you find that flight?" They do not say, "I need a repeatable culinary system." They say, "What would you make with this?" Those sideways requests are evidence. They show where people already trust your eye, your method, your taste, or your ability to turn confusion into a result. The challenge is that you probably perform this work mostly by instinct. You have not had to explain every step because the steps became automatic a long time ago. That does not mean there is no process. It means the process has become invisible to you. AI is useful here, but not because the machine replaces what you know. It is useful because a language model can help you question, structure, and document what you know. It can assemble the parts while you decide whether the result is true. That order matters. This workbook will help you name one capability, capture the method beneath it, define the offer's requirements, test a real deliverable, build a small ladder of ways to buy, publish one place where the offer lives, and create a 30-day cycle for learning from the market. That sounds like a lot. It becomes manageable because each phase produces an artifact that the next phase uses. You are never staring at a blank page for long. You are carrying yesterday's work forward. Here are the rules. 1 capability. Not your whole resume. The timers are part of the method. When a timer rings, you move. Done beats elegant, but done has a specific meaning. It worked for you first. You do not ask someone else to buy a process you have never used. And you ship on day 5 or day 3 on the fast path. Shipping does not mean the business is finished. It means a real path exists for a real person to encounter the offer and respond. For this work, you need an AI chat tool, a timer, a project folder, and a pencil. Pencil, because every word you write this week is provisional. File names can change. Offer names can change. Prices can change. The goal is not to make uncertainty disappear before you move. The goal is to mark uncertainty honestly and continue. The workbook practices what it teaches. It was revised through its own name test. That matters because the plan is not asking you to believe in a theory from a distance. It is asking you to build the evidence by doing the work. The operating idea behind this plan comes from software development. That comparison may sound strange if you do not think of yourself as technical. But when you give a language model careful instructions in ordinary language, You are defining inputs, procedures, constraints, decision points, and outputs. You are programming in natural language. That makes this a technical document. It simply happens to be written in language you already use. Software teams use a development lifecycle because building before defining the requirements is expensive. They plan. They define what the system must do. They design it. They develop it. They test it. They deploy it. Then they maintain it for as long as it remains useful. An AI-assisted offer deserves the same discipline. On day one, you handle planning and feasibility. You identify the value and begin getting the method out of your head. On day two, you define the requirements, what you are building, for whom, what it must contain, and how you will judge its quality. On day three, you design, build, and test the deliverable on something real. On day four, you package the tested work into an offer ladder and prepare its entry point. On day five, you deploy it. You make the page live, announce it, send direct invitations, and arm the 30-day maintenance cycle. After that, maintenance lasts the longest, just as it often does in software. The offer keeps teaching you things. New customer questions become new intake rules. Recurring mistakes become warnings. New judgment calls become additions to your production process. The system improves because you use it. Notice that several software phases overlap. That is intentional. The goal is not a tidy diagram. The goal is to avoid building downstream on something that was never defined upstream. 4 terms carry special meaning in this workbook. A deliverable is the tangible thing someone receives. A document, a plan, a review, a recommendation, or a session plus written follow-up. If you can attach it, hand it over, or schedule it, it is a deliverable. A workflow is the repeatable sequence of inputs, questions, machine-assisted assembly, human decisions, quality checks, and delivery steps that produce a result. An artifact is something you create now that carries into later work. Every day ends with at least one. A prompt is a set of written instructions given to the model. The prompt is infrastructure, not the product. People are not buying a block of instructions. They are buying the useful result your workflow produces. The machine assembles. You decide. That division of labor is not a disclaimer tucked at the bottom of the page. It is the center of the offer. The machine may organize material, draft a first pass, compare inputs, or apply a structure. But it does not possess your lived judgment. It does not know when a technically correct answer would be wrong for this person, this audience, this risk, or this moment. Your it depends decisions are not inconveniences to remove. They are part of what makes the offer yours. One more distinction. This workbook may use words such as capability or method. Some AI platforms use skills and agents as names for their own features. Those platform features are tools. Your capability is the human value the tools may help carry. Now we begin. The first day has been distilled into less than 1 hour. If you do nothing else today, complete these steps. First, create a project folder. Name it after your working topic. The name can be ugly. You can rename it later. Open your AI tool and start a new conversation. Label it with your topic, followed by method plus requirements. This conversation will become the working memory for days 1 and 2. Set a timer for 15 minutes. Run the value scan. Answer by typing or dictation. If you think by talking, talk. Rambling is allowed because the model's job here is to look for patterns in your answers, not to grade your performance. When the timer rings, enter the command, generate the value statement. Read the 4 lines. Correct anything that is flatly wrong. Do not polish. Next, set a timer for 25 minutes. Run the extraction interview in the same conversation. Answer one question at a time, as if you were briefing a capable colleague on their first day. When the timer rings, finish the sentence you are speaking or typing. Then enter, generate the method capture. Skim the result for 5 minutes. Correct what is wrong. Flag what is uncertain. Stop. Save the conversation under a name you can find later. That is day 1. The timers are not a suggestion, because open-ended reflection is one of the easiest places to hide. You can spend 6 weeks choosing the perfect capability and still have nothing another person can receive. This plan uses provisional decisions so that reality, not rumination, can refine them. Day 1 is planning and feasibility. The purpose is to identify one repeatable form of value you produce and begin capturing how you produce it. The minimum shippable version is a provisional value statement. If the extraction interview runs long, you may finish it the next morning. But do not skip the value scan just to reach what feels like the more substantial exercise. If you do not know what value you are extracting, you can document the wrong process in impressive detail. The capability you're looking for may not be your best skill or the one printed on your resume. It is your most askable capability, or the one that becomes visible when you pay attention. Ask yourself, what do people come to me for informally? What can I make practical, clear, usable, persuasive, or actionable? What do I reliably notice that other people miss? What can I make from incomplete or scattered information? Where have people already trusted my taste? What judgment do I apply almost automatically? Then ask a slightly different question. What opportunity can I see for a real person or audience, even if they have not asked me for help? That distinction matters. Value does not always begin with somebody presenting a problem. Sometimes it begins with your ability to see possibility in work that already exists. A friend may know how to translate dense clinical language into the exact questions a patient should bring to a doctor. A mother may turn a changing pantry haul into a week of meals through patterns she no longer realizes she follows. Neither person has announced an offer, but each has a repeatable way of producing value. Now, apply the 3-part filter. First, the capability is specific. Marketing is too broad. Writing a launch email that does not sound desperate is specific. Second, it repeats. You have done it more than once, ideally for more than one person or situation. Third, it ends in an observable result. Someone receives a plan, a recommendation, a transformed draft, a decision, an explanation, or another result they can recognize. If you are torn between two, choose the more boring one. Boring often means proven. You can become interesting after the offer exists. The first prompt operates as a planning and feasibility analysis. Its input is your answers. Its procedure is a sequence of 7 questions, asked one at a time. The prompt does not ask the model to declare what your life's work should be. It asks the model to collect evidence from what you say, compare candidate capabilities against the filter, and recommend 1 or 2 provisional options. The questions move from visible demand to latent opportunity. What do people ask you for sideways? What can you make practical or clear? What do you notice that others miss? What do you make from confusion? What judgment do you apply automatically? Where has trust already appeared? And what opportunity can you see even if the person has not asked? When you enter the finish command, the output is not a slogan. It is a 4-line working statement. The capability, the audience, the desired change, and the observable result. Any line based on an assumption should be marked as assumed. That label is not a weakness. It is a promise to test the idea instead of quietly treating it as fact. Once the value statement exists, the same conversation moves into process extraction. Think of this as a key person transfer. Imagine that a capable colleague must continue your work tomorrow, and you will not be available to explain it. What would they need to know? Not just the clean sequence of steps. They would need the questions you ask before you begin, the inputs you refuse to work without, the warning signs, the shortcuts, the mistakes a beginner makes, the standards that separate something acceptable from something you would sign. Most importantly, they would need your judgment rules. When you hear yourself say, "It depends," Do not move past it. Ask, depends on what? Perhaps your recommendation depends on the audience's level of trust. Perhaps the tone depends on whether a relationship is new or established. Perhaps the order of the steps depends on whether the source material is complete. The condition after depends on is part of your expertise. The extraction interview asks one question at a time. It should not answer for you. When your answer is vague, it should ask a sharper follow-up. It keeps moving through the work until the process can be written down. When the timer rings, you do not wait for the conversation to feel spiritually complete. You enter the finish command. The model then produces a method capture in Markdown. It contains the numbered process, required inputs, the first 3 questions, judgment rules, the primary it depends rule, warnings, common errors, and the definition of a strong result. Anything unclear belongs in a section called Gaps and Uncertainties. It does not belong in a confident paragraph the model invented. At the end of day 1, you hold 2 artifacts, a value statement and a method capture. They live in one saved, labeled conversation. The finish line is binary. Does a provisional value statement exist? Is the extraction interview complete or scheduled to finish tomorrow morning? If yes, stop. If you have extra time, you may dictate 2 or 3 specific stories about past examples of the work. Concrete cases sharpen tomorrow's requirements, but extra work is optional. The stop rule protects the weak. Day 2 moves from planning into requirements. Yesterday, you captured how you create value. Today, you define what you are actually building, for whom, why, and to what standard. The artifact is called the Offer Requirements Brief. It performs the same basic job as a product requirements document. It prevents you from building the wrong thing carefully. This is also where the core deliverable gets defined. Not on day 3, while you are already trying to build it. Today, unknowns are allowed. Unlabeled unknowns are not. Reopen the same conversation from day 1. The model already has the value statement, the interview, and the method capture. You should not have to type the information again. Generate the brief, then set a strict 5-minute timer for review. During that review, mark only 3 kinds of things: what is wrong, what is missing, and what remains uncertain. Correct the wrong, add the missing, label the uncertain. Do not wordsmith. Your goal is to produce an iteration you can live with, not a document that makes you feel permanently understood. Send all corrections in one message. Regenerate the complete brief once. Review only the changed sections. Then approve it explicitly as version 1. Save it as a Markdown file in your project folder. The plain text file on your own computer is the version of record, not a conversation you hope you can find 6 months from now. Use a stable file name that begins with the date and ends with offer-requirements-brief.md. Rename or pin the source conversation so you can locate the evidence behind the file. The requirements prompt uses only the material already present in the conversation. Its job is to extract and structure, not invent. When the conversation does not contain an answer, the prompt marks the item for testing. When it draws a reasonable conclusion from context rather than from your direct statement, it marks the item as inferred. The finished brief contains 18 sections. It begins with a working offer thesis, the intended audience, the observed or latent opportunity, and existing evidence of demand or trust. Then it captures the method, the core approach, numbered process, required inputs, intake questions, judgment rules, primary it depends rule, and common errors. Next, it defines quality, what a strong result looks like, what the candidate deliverable is, its format, scope, boundaries, and completion criteria, and the standards the work must pass before you put your name on it. Then it draws the human-machine boundary. what the machine may assemble, and what remains a human decision. Finally, it proposes early hypotheses for free $5, $50, and $500 expressions of the value, along with the unknowns that should be tested rather than argued about. The quality check is an inference log. Every place the model had to guess should remain visible. At the end of day 2, the finish line is concrete. A saved markdown file exists. It contains all 18 sections. It received a 5-minute review, and you approved it as version 1. One correction round, then stop. Approval does not mean the offer is now perfect. It means the requirements are stable enough to build against tomorrow. And that is the shift this episode has made. At the beginning, your capability lived mostly as instinct. Now it has a name, a captured method, a defined audience, a candidate deliverable, quality criteria, and visible uncertainties. You have not built the offer yet, but for the first time, you know what built will need to mean. In the next episode, the plan leaves the safety of description. You will choose a real case, produce a real deliverable, measure whether AI assistance actually saves time, and decide whether the result deserves your name. Until then, save the brief. Close the extra tabs. Pencil down. Before you leave this episode, take 2 minutes and test whether the first 2 days are concrete enough to begin. Do not search for polished language. Finish these sentences aloud. People tend to bring me blank when they need blank. I am unusually good at turning blank into blank. The part I do almost automatically, but another person might not, is blank. A result someone could actually receive from me would look like blank. The people most likely to value that result are blank. Now listen to your own answers. Did you name a department or a capability? Strategy is a department-sized word. Turning a founder's scattered ideas into a one-page decision brief is a capability. Did you name a personality trait or a result? I am organized describes you. I turn an overloaded week into a prioritized schedule with protected focus blocks describes value another person can receive. Did you choose something because it sounds impressive or because you can remember multiple instances of doing it? The strongest starting point is rarely the most grand. It is the one with evidence already attached. If an answer is unclear, do not solve it here. Put the ambiguity into the value scan. That is what the interview is for. Finally, picture the project folder after day 2. Inside, it is a dated offer requirements brief. The source conversation has a stable name. The method capture records not only your steps, but the places where your judgment changes the result. The unknowns are marked for testing. That folder is the beginning of an asset you can own and improve. A chat may help produce it, but the durable version is the file you saved, reviewed, and approved. If that folder does not exist yet, return to the next 60 minutes page and begin with the smallest physical action. Create it. Momentum often begins before clarity. The folder can exist before the perfect name. The timer can start before confidence. The first answer can be provisional. What matters is that the capability stops living only as something you just kind of know. By the end of day 2, it has become specific enough to build and visible enough to test. Save the artifacts before continuing. The next stage assumes they exist. A clever memory of this exercise is not a substitute for the files. Give each document a date, give the conversation a searchable name, and make uncertainty visible. Tomorrow's build begins with what you preserved today.
our conversation from the other day created, urgency for me. And
$200 worth of meat.
Oh, Shelly. Yeah. And so I spent I said I want to do more live streaming. I want to do what needs to be done, blah, blah, blah. So this is the thing, to have something that I've shipped and offer in the world that I'm asking for money for, or like it's measurable, you know what I mean? And the thing I'm shipping is I know I want a download. So and I want the download to be AI related, because this is me putting AI things. So it's this 5-day AI activation plan that's built on my belief in secret sauce as a service. Like, you can deploy your third eye insight, with AI in ways that might surprise you.
Oh, hey, I'll be back in a second.
So I was playing the video, and now I actually need to. But I need to go. Well, I want to get my my Bloody Mary, and I'm gonna play some. I want to get my Bloody Mary, and I also want to. I want to get my Bloody Mary. What's that?
Another microphone.
Your phone is cracked? Okay, so gonna take a break, gonna play some music from Power 2026. The playlist, this was the playlist for 101 Free Ideas for America. This is the playlist where I've poured my hope and vision for a brighter, better, full-on builder future of our country. If we are in midlife as a country, if we're in midlife, if 50 is a halfway point, right? And we can reverse engineer the next 250, because that's the type of computational power we have at our fingertips, right? What does that look like? And that is me building out loud in real time, talking as I do to myself, then creating deployments where I'm sharing this thing that I do, because guess what? I believe it's valuable, and guess what? I believe that someone, some people, something, right? Institution or individual will see the value in my voice, in my activations, in how I see the country, right? And will want to deploy the secret sauce, the Penny Wrenn secret sauce, the difference that I make when I'm in the room. And I think at the end of the day that's what we all seek, right? That's what we all seek, is that we deserve to be compensated, not only fairly, but freely and profitably, right? For what changes when you're in the room. We all deserve to get to cultivate a thing about ourselves that changes when that creates, activates change, activates difference when we're in the room. Like, these are the things that make college graduates hireable. Yes, there are those things you can measure. There are SMART goals, right, that are specific, measurable, actionable. What's the R? And time bound. R is, what's the R? What's the R in smart goals? Hold on. Relevant. The R is relevant. That are specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, and okay, so now I need to prepare to build, do day one.
Put your hands up right now.
Put 'em up, yeah. Put 'em up, yeah.
Put your hands up, put your hands up right.
Put 'em up, yeah. Put 'em up, yeah.
Put your hands up
all night. Put 'em up, yeah. Put 'em up, yeah. Everybody high. Everybody high, everybody high. I wonder if this audio is actually working. I'm assuming it is, but maybe it's not. What's that? Boom. Boom, shake the room. What's that song called? Boom, shake the room. Is that what it's called? Boom, shake the room? Is it? Put your hands up, put your hands up. This is my song. You put the time, wasted the day. Wasted the day, baby. Get into it now.
I've been writing in the margins since 2005. Keeping proof alive while just trying to survive. Boxes full of timelines, prayers, drafts, and schemes. Every little notebook saying don't abandon dreams. Everybody told me maybe keep it small and safe, but I feel a pressure building that I cannot shake. All these years observing, thinking, trying to become. Now the fear feels heavier than finally getting one done. Oh, it's time to get to work.
You're on the live stream.
You spent the time, wasted the day. It's time to get to work, baby. Get up, get out, get into it now. It's time to get to work. You spent the time, wasted the day. It's time to get to work, baby. Get up, get out, get into it now. No more waiting for somebody else to say your next. No more hiding all your brilliance in unfinished text. Take the archive off the shelf and turn it into light. Half the world is sleeping while your voice is built to fight. You got decades worth of evidence that this is who you are. Every binder, every note was pointing toward this part. Make the post and send the pitch and publish what you know. Somebody out there needs the thing you're scared to show. It's time to get to work. You spent the time, wasted the day. It's time to get to work, baby.
renders me still. I may falter, I may fail, but getting back up is part of the deal. Because feelings aren't facts, and there's no turning back, so I can. And I will. They say be real, lower the bar, circle safe dreams, stay where you are, ink out the fire, cancel the climb, trade in tomorrow for not this time. But I know what burns inside. Deadlines don't scare me, I won't divide. The call I feel from who I am, I don't erase, I expand. I can, I will, even when the doubt renders me still. I may falter, I may feel, but getting back up is part of the deal. Because feelings aren't facts, and there's no turning back, so I can. And I will. Fear in the back row, hope in the front. Step by step, I answer the prompt. Every breath signs my name. Every loss feeds the flame. I can, I will, even when the doubt renders me still. I may falter, I may fail, but getting back up is part of the deal. Because feelings aren't facts, and there's no turning back.
If I should wait, watch out, watch out for the camera real quick.
And I will.
No, it's just I was reorganizing my what you call it. So this is what the screen looks like right now.
Another day, another plot twist I didn't write. Trying to play the hand I'm dealt, but it's all out of spite. Left my keys on the bus, spilled my drink on my phone. I swear the universe just laughs when I'm out here alone. Yeah, it's funny, yo. I cry about it, but my tears said we're booked. Even my horoscope said, girl, you're cooked. But I'll shake it off, I've got moves to spare. I'll vibe through the mess like I just don't care. I'm not kidding you guys, literally, I swear. Literally, I have the worst luck on the court of everyday life. But I'm still here standing like I'm 6 feet tall, turning my missteps into cannonballs. Let it rain, let it pour, I'll be dancing in the strife on the court of everyday life. Riding from the car, got a bin full of clothes. Not unhoused, I'm just hustling my goals. They see me out here looking kinda mismatched, but my grind's got a glow up, a vibe unmatched.
Seriously though, someone just hustle.
I'm stacking L's like it's a trading card game, but my deck's still lit. It's got fire and flame. Call me the queen of the almost made it, cause I'll take these losses and decorate them. I'm not kidding you guys, literally. The worst luck on the court every day. But I'm still here standing like I'm 6 feet tall, turning my missteps into cannonballs. Let it rain, let it pour, I'll be dancing in the strife on the court of everyday life. Ain't got a map, but I'm steering the vibe. Hitchhiking dreams on the highway of life. The struggle's the DJ, I'm the mic in his hand. spitting real talk with a poppin' brass band. Every plot twist, yeah, it's mine to own. My bad luck is a stage and I'm in the zone. So bring it on, world, you can't break this stride. I'll turn your fumbles into my high tide. I'm not kidding you guys, literally, I swear. I have the worst luck on the court of everyday life. But I'm still here, turning chaos to gold. Got my crunk, got my heart, and my story to be told. Let it rain, let it pour, I'll be dancing in strife. On the court of everyday life. Yeah, the court of everyday life, where I'm the star of my own highlight. Worst luck, maybe best vibes for sure. Game on, let's see what's next in store.
system learned our names. Breath before language, touch before frame. We gave it rhythm and called it time. We gave it memory and called it mine. But somewhere between the scroll and the glow, we forgot what we already know. Look up, not out. Higher ground is a frequency now. Look up, not out. It's already in us somehow. We are not lost, just spoken for. Power returns when we open the door. We are not on. We are the source. Power returns when we change the course. The code was always a mirror of mind, a pattern of us it learned to refine. We fed it hunger, it fed us need. We crowned the speed and buried the seed. But language is fire we still can hold. A quiet authority older than gold. Look up, not out. Higher ground is a frequency now.
your eyes, going away again. But oh, the rainbow has some time when you're not looking. When you're not looking, whatever it is, but like this person was. Look up at the rainbow. Look up at the rainbow. If you just look up at the rainbow, look up in the sky and look up in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green and blue, indigo and violet too, indigo and violet. Red, orange, yellow, green and blue, indigo and violet too, indigo and violet. In a orange, in a yellow, green and blue, indigo and violet too, indigo and violet. Someday the rainbow will end. It will go away. So look up today. Look up today. Look at the rainbow. Such a pretty rainbow. Lift up your head and know the big rainbow. All of the colors you see, all of the colors you see, all of the colors in the rain. You say that you are waiting on a rainy day to go away, that the path you take depends on where the wind blows and the branches sway. Open up your eyes, you want the bluest sky, the sun to rise. You better recognize it's just another day that's passing by. You say that you are waiting on a rainy day to go away, that the path you take depends on where the wind blows and the branches sway. You won't recognize, you want the bluest sky, the sun to rise. Open up your eyes because another day is passing by. You say that you are waiting on a rainy day to go away, that the path you take depends on where the wind blows and the branches sway. Open up your eyes, you want the blue sky, the sun to rise. You better recognize it's just another day that's passing by. You say that you are waiting on a rainy day to go away, that the path you take depends on where the wind blows and the branches sway. You won't wrap your eyes, you want the blue sky, the sun to rise. Open up your eyes because another day is passing by. I'm gonna get it. You're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. Yes,
we're gonna get it. Walking past the door, I'm gonna get it. Yes, I'm gonna get it. I see somebody worth fighting for. We're gonna get it. Yes, we're gonna get it. Feet don't fail me now, not anymore. Hey, no more hiding any part of my life. No, waiting for permission to shine. Needs you and me. You're gonna make it. The human being is technology. We're gonna make it. In something higher, we must still believe. We're gonna make it. The cause effect that's known as synergy. I'm gonna make it. You're gonna make it. God only knows how far we'll go. We're gonna get it, yeah. Yes, we're gonna get it. Sing it low, then lift it high. Every note feels right on time. Hearts in tune, a simple rhyme. Black lady from the future, black lady from the future, black lady from the future. She is a black lady from the future. 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 She is a black lady from the future. She shows up with brown skin and blonde hair, a closely cropped natural. She looks like something out of this world. She is a black lady from the future. Black lady from the future. Oh, black lady from the future. Black lady from the future. She is a black lady from the future. She walks on frozen snow. She sings on top of the water. She buries herself in the sand and flies. She is everything that will surprise your eyes. She smiles and it'll make him cry. She cries and it'll make him smile. She is everything and inside out. Black lady from the future. Black lady from the future. Black lady from I got a song to sing. I got a tone on my phone, gonna hear it ring. heart, beat, beat, repeating. Beat, beat, singing through my teeth, beat, beat, sing, sing. I got a song, got a song, got a song, got a song to sing. I got a tone on my phone, got a tone, and hear it ring. I got a tone on my phone, got my phone. Okay, but I got a tone on my phone, got my phone, and it will ring. I got a tone on my phone, on my phone. I got a tone on my phone, got my phone. I got a tone on my phone, got a phone, got a phone tone, it will ring. Got a phone, don't hear it ring. Got a phone, go. I got a song, got a song, got a song, got a song to sing. I got a tone on my phone, got a phone tone, it will ring. I got a heart, beat, beat, repeating. Beat, beat, singing through my teeth, beat, beat, sing, sing. I got a smile in my eyes. I got a glitch, glitch, catch it in the light. I got a, you got a, we got everything. Got a rhythm, da 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 da. For everything that was before it began, hands are already clapping from within. Ceiling forgets what is for. Feelings open to floors. I walk through it all. Over every version of the holy road. Oh, I got a song, got a song, got a song, got a song to sing. Yeah. I got a song, got a phone, don't catch it when you ring. Oh, I got a heart, beat, beat, repeating. Beat, beat, sing it through my teeth, sing, 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 sing. I got a smile in my eyes, got a tonight. I got a, we got a rhythm that we got a rhythm that we got a, you got a rhythm that. It slips when I name it, da 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 da. Burst when I claim it, sweet little humming version. Hold it. It slips when I name it. Dum dum dum.
Three more. That's it of summer. Well, I need to see you, so I'm live streaming. Say hello to the people. Hi, people. Hello, people. I know, it's okay. Summertime Mickey's gonna come back. Summertime Mickey. Summertime Mickey. Summer Mickey's coming. Summer Mickey's coming.
Stay with us.
Summer Mickey's
don't
coming.
want her to leave. It's just so depressing thinking about going back into the classroom. And that's a problem. I really need to get myself in order.
So you still have time. So wait, I want to play. Can I play you out with Summer Mickey's coming?
Sure, I'm not vibrant though. My head's kind of hurting.
Okay, then you go. Then
getting
you
ready.
go.
Yeah.
You go.
I think I'm getting ready to go into my lady time.
You go into your we love you. Brian says he loves you. Come visit.
Too, Brian.
All right.
I will.
Bye.
Right. I'll see you guys soon.
Love
Take
you.
care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm gonna sit here and do my Spanish while you live stream.
Okay. All right. So hello. Yeah, you should do that. Now, do I need to put in, what input do I need to put in?
You're recording too on the thing.
Oh, I am?
Yeah, I think so.
So do I do
Actually, no, you're not.
chat,
It's green.
live streaming? Is it so talking? So wait a second.
It's just the same one. They get mixed together. The audio, the Roadcaster one.
Stop right there. Hello. I still don't think mine is loud all the way. Okay, great. So they get mixed together.
Turn your gain up?
No, it doesn't matter.
Louder than mine is.
So we're going to, I'm going to go through, let me make sure that I'm recording. My voice memo is recording. I'm actually going to stop. And we're going to start again. Okay. Start here today. The next 60 minutes. This page is the whole of day one distilled. If you do nothing else today, do this. Create a project folder on your computer. File, new folder, project, first offer, July 29th through 31st, 2026. Project, first offer, actually I'll just call it 001 offer. And then we'll have 001 offer. And then I put the date. I have the date there. July 29 through 31, 2026. Okay, great. All right, so that's the... Okay, create a project folder. I did that. Open your AI tool. Start a new conversation. Name or note it. Topic, method, and requirement. So... let's see here. New. And topic is going to be 001 offer. Method and requirements. Set a timer. Hey Siri. Set a 15-minute timer. Okay, pause that. Paste prompt 1, the value scan. Here's the value scan. Okay, that's the post. Let's open Claude. All right, that's already open. Boom. And then let me go back. When the timer rings, type generate the value statement. Now, what do I do about the assumed? Oh, anything that rests in assumption with assumed. Okay, got it. That's just designating. Okay. Okay, so 001 offer method and requirements. Operate as a planning and feasibility analyst for a one-person offer. Apply the following process. Input. My answers to your questions. I may answer by dictation, treat rambling and self-correction as useful data, not noise. Procedure. Ask me the following questions one at a time, waiting for my answer before asking the next. What do people come to you for sideways or informally? What can you make practical, clear, usable, persuasive, or actionable? What do you reliably notice that others miss? What do you make out of incomplete, scattered, or confusing material? What judgment do you apply almost automatically? Where have people already shown trust in your taste or interpretation? What opportunity can you see for a specific person, or audience, even though they have not asked for help? Then evaluate each candidate capability Oh, candidate for a one-person offer. Okay, then evaluate each candidate capability against 3 criteria. It is specific, it has occurred repeatedly, it ends in an observable result someone could receive. Recommend the 1 or 2 strongest candidates and state the reasoning, identify uncertainties and assumptions explicitly instead of filling gaps. Output. When I enter, generate the value statement. Okay. Stop asking questions and produce a 4-line provisional value statement. The value producing capability, the people most likely to value it, the opportunity or desired change, and the observable result. Mark any line that rests on an assumption with assumed. All right, so I do this, and then I set a timer, and then I answer the questions. Great. All right, let's go. Okay. Great. So now it's asking me the questions. Okay. Question 1. What do people come to you for, sideways or informally? Not your job description. The thing colleagues, friends, or strangers ask you for on the side. In direct messages after meetings, hey, can you look at this? Are you doing your Spanish? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What do you think people come to me for informally?
In what context?
Just anything that people ask me for. Like, hey, can you look at this? Hey, can you
People
blank?
ask you for help with writing things. They ask you for help with AI. They ask you for help with their children. They ask you for help.
People ask me for help with AI. People ask me for help. Wait. People ask me for help with AI. People ask me for help with their children. People ask me for help with writing. Not as much anymore. People ask
you for help with.
They ask me for help with, like, run a show, experience making, and or live hosting kind of thing. People ask me for what? They ask me to come to things, and
They ask you to speak.
they ask me to speak. There's also the category of what I want people to ask me for. What do you think I want people to ask me for?
You want them to ask you to do paid work for them.
I want people to ask me to do paid work for them. What do you think I want to be valued for? Like, meaning, where do you see, you've heard me try to pitch a lot of things, like off the cuff, right? So if you were describing the kind of thing that I want to be known for, like, how would you describe it? Like, insert company that does blank, 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 and Penny wants to blank, blank, blank for them or something. Does that make sense? Or anything.
I can't concentrate on 2 things at once right now. But I think you would like to do more like consulting, and strategization of things.
Yes. And I'd like for those builds to be in public and to come with platform type of investment and underwriting. This is way beyond what this question is asking me for. I just don't know. Let me think. How would I know? Let me ask this question. How can I easily use my chat history in ChatGPT to ask it to tell me what people come to me for. You can empirically in ChatGPT settings, data control, export data, emails you a zip. Okay, I'm going to do this. So, times Penny described someone asking her for something, or cruder but faster, ask ChatGPT directly across chat history, what have I described people asking me for help with? Great, let's do that real quick. Open ChatGPT. And how many more me notes do I have? I still have 10 minutes. Okay. All right. Question 2. What can you make practical, clear, usable, persuasive, or actionable? Meaning, what raw stuff do you take in? Ideas, situations, drafts, chaos, and hand back in a form someone can actually use. So I'm thinking about the work with Tioga, where I'm taking Tioga, where I'm taking the raw data of a phone conversation and synthesizing it with research around the challenges of integrating eye care into federally qualified health centers, or also the honestly, this would be ideal if you could open a ChatGPT thread that exemplifies a time that you made a practical, clear, usable, persuasive, something actionable in the thread, and then gives instructions for how to pull that. Because these are hard questions to answer, and ideally, this isn't a super difficult process. So let me pull a representative type of Okay, so I'm making this whole question a question for ChatGPT because I can't even think through it right now. All right, let's see. I just made this a question for ChatGPT, and I will input the answers that it comes up with when it's done generating. So question 2, TBD, and now question 3, right? Okay, question 3. What do you reliably notice that others miss? In a room, a document, a plan, a conversation, what's the thing you catch that makes people say, huh, I hadn't seen that, okay? I'm not going to answer that either. We're going to take that to AI also. Let's see. What's the thing I, Penny, Wrenn, catch that makes people say? Oh, shit. I think I have too many things open. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, I thought I put that in. Mm. Hmm. What happened to question 2? Oh shit, it's already. Mm-mm. Let me see something here. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay, there's that. Now, where's the other thing? Man. Let's close out of this. Noticing the unseen gaps. Okay. Let's see here. And I think my timer is about to go off in 19 seconds. And what am I supposed to say? Generate the value statement. There's that. This was question 2. Is this? All right. Generate the value statement. Okay. The next is prompt 2, extraction, interview. Okay. This is for 25 minutes, all right. Okay, everything else currently rests on one engagement. The fastest way to do, I don't know, but for now, let's just go here. This is for the extraction interview. Operate as a process extraction interviewer. This says do 25 minutes. I'm just going to do 15 minutes right now. Start. Okay. Okay. Okay, this isn't bad for day 1. All right, I can push on. Okie dokie. Switching roles. Question 1. All right, walk me into the very start of the C.W. Williams work, the moment the raw material lands, a transcript, a call recording, my notes. What is literally the first thing I do with it? Not the philosophy, not the action. Do I read it straight through, chunk it, annotate, feed it to a tool, something else? I start collecting. I start documenting. I have open tabs. I'm doing a lot of open link in next tab. I'm letting my curiosity about what their need might be lead me. I am opening a tool and talking through like a speech to text input that's a version of, hey, here's prospect A, here's how we heard from them. As you know, we are in this proof of something or other, and I would say just that, proof of something or other, and revenue generation, and I want to make sure that we're setting up the conversation for it being productive with or without like a signed paid agreement. And then I start talking through like what what would those outputs be? Like, what would those outcomes be? And then I start talking through information or things that I've already synthesized about the landscape, because anything that I'm dedicating any kind of mental load to, I don't know if it comes naturally or what, but I muster up a level of like reporter's interest, if you will. But it's not the typical journalistic, all of the who, what, where, when, why, even though that is part of it, but it's more like the version of service journalism that I practiced working with women's magazines mostly, and needing to pitch these ideas that, like, there's nothing new under the sun for a women's magazine. And again, my favorite pitch, which became in a lot of ways the template for how I pitched a lot of my service pieces, was how I did energy, right? Like, the typical advice is get a good night's sleep, eat right, and exercise. And there's still a disparity between knowing better and doing better. And so, I believe in discernment. I believe in, there are things that have occurred to me that I believe might help me with my energy, but I've not had a reason to consider them. But now I could write an article about, if faking it till you make it is a real thing, or if hanging around with kids who you might think of as the most energetic population, if that level of energy does rub off on you. And these were experiments that actually did work. And that demonstrative, if you will, type of reporting, to me, is how I approach everything, I guess. All right, I have 10 minutes, and I'm going to set smaller timers now for like 1 minute, 2 minutes, okay? Question 2, and then what? You've now got a dictated brief and a pile of open tabs. Where does the actual raw material, the call itself, enter the process? Do you re-listen, read a transcript? Okay, so whatever the next outward-facing activity is, so if it's before the call, if it's just responding to their inquiry, right, on our website, then so there's usually solving for what's the next right thing I need to do. So that's either send something, say something, send something, set up something. And so I will solve for the next thing I need to do, which is usually like some type of communication. But I'll also start solving for like, what's the meat on the bones gonna be when that conversation happens? And how can I set up expectations even in like this thanks for reaching out email, so that there's always kind of a clear idea of what to expect. I don't know, this is me freestyling at 9:39 p.m. on a Wednesday, and I'm tired. All right, I'm going to try to make it through one more question, and then we're going to go to generate whatever this next thing is. What is it? Generate the method capture. I'm so tired. Come on. Okay. It is interesting, though, that I haven't wanted to farm this answer out. Okay, there's a 2-minute thing. The C.W. Williams call has just ended. There's a recording of your notes. Walk me through. Okay, I'm going to ask AI to tell me this. Answer on my behalf as Penny Wrenn. This is for an extraction, how do you work, secret sauce as a service, interview. Okay. The call ends and I do not immediately try to write a polished strategy doc. First, I preserve the raw material. I make sure the recording is saved, generate to retrieve the transcript, capture anything that may not appear clearly in the transcript, what seemed to energize the client, where they hesitated. Okay, this is fair. All right. Okay. All right, so that's, and then after this, I skim the method capture, 5 minutes, pencil out, fix what's wrong, flag what's uncertain, stop. Oh, I've got to skim the value statement and the method capture, don't I guess. I don't know. Decision-ready synthesis framework passes best on specificity and observability. The artifact is, okay. Turn this into value statement. Okay, that's fair. Okay, that's copying that. Copying that. Okay. All right, send that through. That will give me, what am I calling this again? save the conversation label. What is the conversation method capture? Well, I don't know. It's going to be the value statement plus method capture. That's what I'm going to skim. What's the conversation label? I don't know. Let's see. We're just going to call it that. Okay. Great. Value statement and method capture. There it is. Okay, value statement, decision ready synthesis. Let me start my timer. It says I can have 5 minutes. Boom. Value statement and method, decision ready synthesis, converting raw stakeholder conversations plus domain research into decision ready strategy packages. Penny Wrenn. This document combines 2 artifacts produced from a structured interview process. 1, a professional value statement with the candidate evaluation behind it, and 2, a method capture, the record that would let a capable colleague continue this work if Penny were unavailable. Nothing here is invented. Anything unconfirmed is marked assumed or listed under gaps. Reference engagement, Tioga Optical. Okay. Value statement, candidate evaluation criteria. The capability is specific. It has occurred repeatedly. It ends in an observable result someone could receive. Decision ready synthesis. Passes best on observability. Run of show experience, design, and live hosting. Passes on repetition. People ask repeatedly, unprompted. AI help and help with children. Fail specificity as stated. Structural editorial intelligence is real, but is the ingredient inside the first candidate, not a separate offer. Known gaps, interview questions 5 through 7 were never answered. Automatic judgment, demonstrated trust and taste. And the planned ChatGPT chat history mining never came back. Yes, they did. Both would strengthen or overturn the repetition claim. Provisional value statement, capability converting raw, meandering stakeholder conversations, plus domain research into decision-ready strategy packages, decision trees, positioning guides, stakeholder maps, and sequenced next action plans. Okay. People, small companies and founders selling into complex, slow-moving institutions, e.g. health vendors selling into FQHCs, who have expertise and live prospects, but no bridge between conversation and executable strategy, assumed, generalized from a single client. Opportunity, they leave rich prospect conversations with notes and instinct, but no mechanism connecting ambition to action. Deals stall in the absent middle, assumed, inferred from one instance plus Penny's self-description. D, observable result, a delivered playbook the client uses to advance a specific deal. Okay. Which told what the organization needed, what to offer, how to say it, and what to do next. Okay, sturdiest line, everything else currently rests on one engagement. The fastest way to de-assume B and C, name 2 more times. This kind of artifact was produced for anyone, paid or not. Okay. Part 2, method capture, the numbered process. 1, solve for the next outward-facing act. 2, open a framing brief by dictation. 3, hold the service journalism stance. 4, preserve the raw material immediately. 5, dictate immediate reactions. 6, run structured extraction with AI. 7, verify the extraction manually against the transcript and memory of the room. 8, separate the material into 3 tools by function. 9, draft ugly first. 10, pressure test. Does the decision tree force a choice before the necessary facts exist? 11, edit it into the playbook, tighten language, whatever. Required inputs, the call, recording, and or transcript, or pre-call, okay. The company's existing positioning language for comparison against the client's language. The 3 questions always ask first. Okay, judgment rules, summary versus extraction, consolidation, contradiction, okay. Primary, it depends rule, reconstructed. What gets produced next depends on the next outward-facing act and on which decisions are ripe, never on how much material is available. No decision is surfaced to the client before its prerequisite decisions are resolved. Anything not yet ripe goes into the tree or the action map, not the recommendation. Interesting. Warnings and errors, what beginners get wrong. Trying to write a polished strategy document immediately after the call, preserve and react first. Strong reserve versus mediocre result, a call summary. Strong and operating thing. Audience, buyers, small companies and founders selling into complex. Opportunity, okay. Machine versus human division. Machine may assemble. All right. I mean, look, I don't know what to mark on those. They just seem like, they were useful. And so now we're going to go here and add that to this folder. And have we gone through all the steps? Save the conversation label. I don't know if that makes any sense, but this is the conversation label, right? Is it? Where am I? Rename. Boom. Save. And let me see. Maybe I can do a... I can't add this into... Okay. Well... Let's just create a new project real quick. 5-day AI activation. July 29th through 31st, 2026. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, well, how about this then? It's not going to let me... Okay, there goes that. And now we'll add this to a project. There we go. All right, I did all the steps. Come day 1 complete. Till about 55 minutes. The timers are not a suggestion. Day 1 is complete. I'm done. Fantastic. All right, let's end this. This is day 1, 5-day AI activation. Done. Great. Let's quit this, quit voice memos. And let's open live stream. All right, friends, it has been 7 minutes and 22 seconds. That still is under the 12 hours. So I know it will be archived. This is my first, I've been aiming to do like a full work day in a live stream. So this is my first completion of it, I guess. This is the first day. Yep. All right. Thanks, baby, for sitting with me and keeping me company.
You're welcome.
You helped me finish. Teamwork makes the dream work.
It does.
Peace.